July 15th, 2025. Clerk?
We have 2 excused, 10 are signed in and voting.
All right. Thank you, Clerk. Now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can be seated. So Alder Prophet asks that I ask for a moment of silence, and that we all keep the victims of that terrible flooding tragedy down in Texas in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you. Moving along to approval of minutes. Motion to approve made by Alder DeLee.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any changes to be made there? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder Hutchison. Any changes there? Alder Johnson?
Move to amend, move item T after H.
All right. Alder Johnson.
Second.
Makes a motion to amend to put T after H, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is amended. Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve as amended, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda has been approved as amended. All right, report by the mayor. I'll keep it brief because we have a very full agenda tonight, but just wanted to thank OBI and a ton of city staff for a successful fire on the Fox. Really appreciate all the work that was devoted to that, especially by our public safety teams and Parks Department, and like I said, OBI and their staff and volunteers. So thanks to all who had a hand in pulling together a really substantial event. I think historically 50,000 folks come downtown, give or take, for that. So appreciate all the work that went into it. Also, this season is, of course, always really busy for our Parks Department, but just wanted to, kind of from a scheduling point of view, call out a few things that we've got coming up and invite our residents to attend. Of course, we've got city band concerts, pretty much every Wednesday throughout the summer over at St. James Park. But we also have a couple of public input meetings that I wanted to flag for folks. So a St. John's Park public input meeting on July 23rd in the evening. We also have a Joanne Skate Park community meeting coming up on July 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. And then most fun of all, we've got the Kitty Carnival, which is rounding out the end of the month on July 31st from 5 to 8 p.m. So kudos to our Director Ditchite and the whole team on this season, which is obviously the busiest one for parks, but some great events on the horizon, both for public input purposes, but also just to have some fun. So encouraging folks to turn out for those. So with that, I'll move along to announcements. Any announcements from council? Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple. Art Fest is this weekend, July 19th and 20th, hosted by Downtown Green Bay. So please come on down for that. If you're looking for a volunteer opportunity, I know they would graciously accept any support and help that members of our community can offer. Also want to call out, I think, two, which I think are pretty big announcements. One is this week, Thursday, July 17th. At 2 p.m., we're going to do a ribbon cutting over at Seymour Park with a number of the enhancements that have been made over there, not only the playground equipment, and so the work that obviously Dan and the Parks Department have done, but also Public Works, who has done a lot of really great work around stormwater retention and flood mitigation in that area and a number of streets as well. So kudos to all the city folks who have had a hand in that, but come on out 2 o'clock and celebrate. And then last, the other one that we're going to do is July. I cannot read my writing. Michael, I'm looking at you. The demo one. Badger, yeah. Following Tuesday. So July, let me see, 24th minus 2, 22. July 22nd. Thank you. At 11 a.m. Sort of a little demolition press conference announcement around the takedown of some of those buildings and the remediation of that site. And so kudos to Cheryl and her department, Matt Buchanan and others who have really done a lot of work with securing some state and federal grants to help with the remediation of that site, which will bring in some additional apartments and the future home of the Green Bay Fire Station if this council so wills it at a future date, which I hope you do. So come on out for that one as well.
Bring your sledgehammers. Alder DeLee.
Yeah, I wanted to make everyone aware there's a new concert series that's coming to City Parks in Green Bay, kicking off next week, July 25th at Old Preble Park. It's called Grooves on the Green, and it's a celebration of our neighborhood parks and the incredible local musicians that make up this city. So it's from 6 to 8. Come out, and there's a few other events lined up after that, but the first one is July 25th.
Nice. Very good. And thanks for your work to initiate a lot of that and with support from some other alders and members of the community. So kudos. Other announcements? Seeing none. We'll move along because of the amendment to Committee of the Whole, which is consideration for possible action on a memorandum of understanding with Scout Development GB LLC to establish a good faith framework for collaboration to facilitate the rezoning and redevelopment of 500 Day Street. So on that, maybe just go to staff. Director Renier Wig for an overview there.
Yep. So you may recall that this was held until this council meeting of July 5th to take a look at, the comp plan review and the rezoning of this property. Since then, we've actually been working with the developer that's got the offer on the property, and we've had some pretty positive meetings with regards to that future development. And really, I think the request came that, could we hold this again? And as staff, we went, well, why don't we put together a memorandum of understanding? So we've got everything laid out, which I believe you all saw the copy of that, which talks about what the city's plans are and then kind of some of the ideas that they have as well. So we're recommending that we execute this memorandum of understanding. I think we'd be bringing it back. I think the recommendation is that the application would be submitted in November. So we'd like the approval to move this forward. We are also doing just a legal tweak to this as well, just acknowledging that GP is still the owner of the property as well. So
All right.
moving in a positive direction.
Thanks, Director. Appreciate that. Alder Johnson.
Make a motion to open the floor to hear from interested parties.
All right. Alder Johnson makes a motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open.
Chip?
If anyone would like to speak? Just name and address, 3 minutes.
Name is Chester McDonald, address 918 Oakdale, De Pere, Wisconsin. Business address 1032 Bay Beach Road, Green Bay, Wisconsin. And just wanted to come be available for questions. Thank the council and staff for working with us. Feel we have some very positive movement, and thanks to the Georgia Pacific representative who made it here tonight to help us along. All the goals are still the same, and we think we're moving in a very positive direction.
Thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions from council? None? All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Hinkfus. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Looking for a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve. Why don't we start with that?
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder DeLee.
And then I would just offer comments. One, I did connect with Alder Profit this morning because this site is in her district, and so she is good with what has been proposed. So just kind of wanted the council to know that. Is she online?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Present.
Sorry. So I don't want to speak for her. My bad. But I've had a number of conversations with Chip and his team, and really like what they're trying to do with that site and the vision and what they're creating. So thanks to staff and others. Obviously, we all know the importance of this site. We don't need to rehash that, but I reviewed it, like it. Alder Profit again. Sorry, didn't mean to speak for you. I thought you were not here, but I'll let you say anything you might want to about your district.
Alder Profit?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, apologies, couldn't be there in person tonight with some back difficulties, unfortunately. So I don't think anyone wants to see me struggling through council chambers at the moment. But just wanted to echo, I appreciate what Chip McDonald and his company are proposing with this site. I do appreciate the fact that we held it because there's a lot more in writing in front of us now than there had been up to this point. So I look forward to seeing what we see with the official application come November if all parties are agreeable to that. And just appreciate all of city staff's work on it as well. So I too am comfortable with what's in front of us and looking forward to the development of this site.
Great. Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on it from council? And I think maybe we're looking for a motion that allows for it to be subject to some final legal review. If that's something.
Yeah, I think that was what I said, right?
Okay. Sure. Good.
Second.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second. No further comments. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. On to ordinance, a second reading for adoption.
Take them up separately.
Yes. So first one is general ordinance number 16-25, an ordinance amending various sections of Chapter 44, Green Bay Municipal Code relating to mail distribution facilities.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, we will use the board. Alder Stevens?
I'm a yes, but if people could speak up in the room, you guys are like whispering. So
We'll do our best. I know. All right. We're having some issues with the display here, but the vote is 10-0. So we'll move on to the second item here, miscellaneous ordinance number 01-25.
Motion to suspend the rules. Take up items 2 and 3 with one vote.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules, take up both items with one roll call vote. Seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor of that will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to hold until November 11th.
Great. Alder Johnson makes a motion to hold these items until November 11th. Seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion on that? Just for the public's benefit, these are both related to the MOU that we just took up, which is the reason for the hold. All right. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and both of those items are held over until November 11th. Next up, report of the Redevelopment Authority.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson. Seconded by Alder Hinkfus. Any items to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Improvement and Services Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. Items here to be handled separately?
5.
5. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 5. Your wishes on that? Alder Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just noticed at least the language was not captured in here, but I thought it was talked about at committee. My understanding was that it was captured in the motion at committee to prioritize the Maple Street reconstruction project in the 2026 CIP plan because that this would be the second year in a row that project is bumped. So what I would do just as a formality is I would make a motion to amend to add that language at the end to prioritize North Maple Avenue, Walnut Street to Kellogg Street in the 2026 CIP plan.
Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been amended.
Motion to approve is amended.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve the item as amended, seconded by Alder Hinkfus. Discussion here. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved as amended. Next, to Protection and Policy Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Hutchison, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any items here to be handled separately? 14,
15.
14 and 15. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 14 and 15. So now on to item 14. So this is to approve a resolution regarding conversion therapy. Is there a motion here? Alder Eck makes a motion to open the floor. Second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is open. So we've got a list here. We did receive some requests to speak online, but we were not able to get them over to me. So apologies for that. If you submitted a request online, just let us know, and we will, of course, allow you to speak. First up, we have Eric Jerzwicki.
For the record, I brought a suit, but it's too hot, so sorry, guys.
Understandable.
My name is Eric Drzwicki, 632 South Roosevelt. I have a couple recommendations. Just curious if alders are aware, but the Supreme Court of the United States is taking up whether or not these bans are even constitutional. So one suggestion I would make is that council consider holding until that decision is rendered, which is due out May to June of next year. The reason for that is I believe that we should let other states foot the bill of defending whether or not their statutes are constitutional. If the state of Wisconsin enters this before that decision is made, we could find ourselves also paying expenses defending that. I think that most here are in favor of the resolution to pursue that ban, but it may make tactical sense to hold off on that until that decision. I do have two other minor suggestions, and I hope you bear with me. The final whereas that is in the resolution seems to be language that is in not consistent with the rest of the resolution. It sort of meanders into therapy towards transitioning. I think that this actually dilutes and weakens the resolution because it actually may hurt support for the resolution as a whole. As we know that some therapy practices for minors regarding the transgender conversation is highly controversial right now. The science is very split on whether or not this is appropriate. I think it doesn't help the resolution, so I would suggest striking it to make the resolution stronger. The last suggestion, and I think this is a crucial one, is that if you want this resolution and the legislation that may come from it to withstand legal challenges, that the first now therefore be amended to have a clause that says, with necessary and appropriate First Amendment based religious exemptions. This is consistent with some of the religious language, exemption language that was included with mask debates, which previous Alder Scannell supported. I think that helps the case made by one of the first whereases in here, which said that you support those First Amendment rights. By having that carved out, it makes that anything you would pursue or support much less likely to be successfully challenged. And I think everybody here, regardless of what side of this debate you're on, nobody wants our city council to have egg on its face supporting legislation that eventually gets defeated in courts and maybe cost the taxpayers money defending it. I think that this council will pass a resolution, so I'd like to see some of those adjustments made. I expect that you will not vote to hold, but I do think that may be prudent, again, noting that. But I do thank you all for your time and appreciate the work that you've done.
Thank you, sir. And I'm not sure if you stated your address or we missed it.
632 South Roosevelt.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Next up is Chad Hurtler.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chad Hurtler. I serve as the pastor at Highland Crest Baptist Church. The address is 1830 South Military Avenue. That's near the corner of Military and Lombardi. I just want to speak for a moment. It's kind of an uncomfortable position to speak on behalf of conversion therapy, given its history. Certainly, I would renounce some of its history of electric shock, food deprivation, or even having clients view pornography of the opposite sex. As a follower of Christ, all of these practices we would renounce and say that they are actually abuse. What makes it challenging is when I look at this resolution, I don't see any clear definition of what conversion therapy is or what it's being defined as. So what I've done is taking a look at Governor Evers' executive order, and I'm assuming that that language would be very similar. So under Executive Order 122, which is the third paragraph, and in fairness to him, I just want to read it in context. It says, whereas conversion therapy, also known as reparative therapy, listen to this, refers to any practice or treatment that is intended to promote heterosexuality by attempting to alter same-sex attractions or any individual gender's expression. Well, that is a very wide reach of a definition of conversion therapy. And while I appreciate the provision for pastors in the a proposed resolution, the followers of Jesus in our church, under this definition, I think would be in violation by just sharing what the scriptures have to say. So that's the uncomfortable part. So first point I would make is just by definition. And then the second point, and the only other point I'd make is just projection. Where might we see this go if this resolution is passed, or if this amendment, or rather this executive order passes through our state? It's already been pointed out that this is before the Supreme Court. Let me just briefly share the story of how it got there. There's 22 or 23 states in the country that have this ban on conversion therapy. One of them is Colorado. And there is a Christian counselor licensed by the state named Kaylee Childs, who has had clients come to her and say, I am attracted to the same sex, and yet as I'm reading the scriptures, I see this is not what the Lord would have me to do. Would you help me with this? Or other clients, potential clients, that would say, I'm confused about my gender. Could you help me with what the Bible would say about this? Under Colorado law, that's actually illegal for her to do that. So she has sued Colorado, and that's how it got to the Supreme Court. So I think as we consider this resolution, as we think about this being passed through our state, we would assume that the same thing would happen here in Wisconsin or here in Green Bay. And I just leave you with this then. I acknowledge that the view that as a follower of Jesus, the members of our church have, might not be a majority. It might not be something that everyone in this room agrees with. But yet I would also acknowledge that you're free to disagree. And I would never try to silence your view on that. And I would just ask for the same courtesy, that if we have a view that's a little bit different on this, that we'd be permitted just to share what the scriptures have to say about this. So thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Next up is Pastor David Roth.
Good evening. My name is David Roth, pastor of One Way Christian Church, 2071 9th Street. Now, based on some comments from the last meeting from some of you, after some of us spoke in opposition to this resolution, it was clear that some of you believe that any counseling that is not gay affirming to those who identify as gay, you consider that to be cruel and hateful. And I'm just here tonight to say that is not the case at all. God is love, and his truth is love. And as believers and followers of Jesus Christ, we are commanded to reflect that truth and love into this world. And what needs to be understood clearly by everybody here as to what is our goal by being here tonight. First, our goal is not about heterosexuality. Our goal is about the pursuit of holiness as God defines holiness. Secondly, we want everyone's identity to be in Christ and in not some fallen sexual identity or behavior. Third, we want all unbelievers, straight and gay, to know God's love, and we want them to know what God desires for them in their lives, which is spelled out in Scripture. Lastly, we want to ensure that this non-binding resolution doesn't end up being a stepping stone to an ordinance that clearly violates our First Amendment rights to freely express our faith and our freedom of speech, which seems to be, based on public comments and social media posts by some of you, to be the intent. If the city of Green Bay proclaims it's cruel to counsel minors and adults to turn from their homosexual behaviors and be transformed by the truth, then how long before this city decides that preaching God's word and his truth about homosexual sin, or any sin for that matter, from the pulpit is viewed as cruel and needs to be banned? This is the slippery slope that I believe you are creating and promoting with this resolution. And if Christians simply perceive that this resolution is a threat to them freely expressing their faith, I believe you've created a problem. The founding fathers of this nation did something special that no other nation has done. They founded this nation based on biblical principles and scripture. And no one can rewrite that history, as many tried to do. The First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution prohibits you from attempting to pass resolutions and laws such as this. And look, there are people in the mental health field who sadly and wrongly have practiced conversion therapy in ways that are simply wrong. And I don't disagree with that. And shame on them. But unfortunately, your resolution does not differentiate between those mental health professionals and Christian counseling. And one of the many reasons I'm so opposed to this resolution is because it's just another attempt by people to transform the consciousness of this culture to a pro-gay view at any cost, including reaching into the Christian community and demanding that we have our beliefs conform to misguided views on marriage and family and sexual identity. So I humbly ask all of you not to vote for a resolution that intentionally or unintentionally attempts to take away our First Amendment rights to exercise our faith freely in our freedom of speech. I thank you for your time, and God bless all of you.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Next up, Joshua Kunkel.
My name is Joshua Kunkel. I live at 3236 Wabanor Drive in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I firmly believe in the autonomy of the individual and the free marketplace of ideas. It is of great importance that we preserve the freedom to choose the most suitable therapeutic approach for each individual. I fully support biblical counseling, whether through pastoral care or licensed professionals, as an approach to restorative healing. As people of faith, we believe that our hope and answers to life's complexities can be found in Scripture. Our worldview is grounded in these beliefs. As a citizen in Green Bay, it concerns me that our elected representatives are hyper-focused on eliminating an option of care. The basis of the council's push to eliminate conversion therapy has been stated to avoid causing undue harm, and the therapy itself is contrary to current standards of professional mental health practices. If you're willing to ban conversion therapy today, then when will the council motion be to ban hormone therapy treatments and gender affirmation therapy? A study published by the National Institute of Health pulled medical data from February 4th, 2003 to February 4th, 2023, where patients were analyzed to examine suicide attempts, death, self-harm, and post-traumatic stress disorder. The study was completed by 56 U.S. healthcare providers with over 90 million patients as a sample size. The study was done over 20 years, and this concluded that individuals who underwent gender-affirming surgery had a 12-fold higher suicide attempt risk than those who did not receive these procedures. Patients who have undergone gender-affirming surgery and hormone therapy treatments are associated with a significantly elevated risk of suicide, highlighting the necessity for alternative options to remain open to the public. The procedure also causes infertility, loss of reproductive organs, infections, and lifelong dependency on prescription medicines. The hormone treatments were previously only given to criminals used for castration efforts. The therapy option causes irreversible harm to all its patients, but is currently the standard of care recommended by mental health professionals fulfilling the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria or gender incongruence in children and adults. So again, if we permit, promote, and prescribe the method of this barbaric care, how can we in good conscience make a case that faith-based organizations cannot provide counseling? The answer should be very clear to everyone. I urge the council to vote no to ban on conversion therapy. Let it be known that this city and this council value freedom for the citizens of Green Bay and the great state of Wisconsin over personal preference. Thank you for your time, for your service, and your dedication to our community. God bless.
Any questions? Yeah, Alder Presley.
What is the title of that study?
Yes, of course. Get that for you. All right. Pediatric gender affirming care is not evidence-based is one that I pulled information from, as well as there is a public study that is on the NIH's website that sources the information I provided today over a 20-year period.
Do you have the publication year of that or anything?
Yeah, the National Institute of Health.
Yeah, publication year.
Yes, not a problem. So it was done with 2003 to 2023. So it's over that 20-year period the data was pulled. It's one of the largest studies to be conducted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Brittany Kunkel.
My name is Brittany Kunkel. My address is 3236 Wabanor Drive, Green Bay. First, I'd like to say that I agree with everything stated so far by our community members. From statements given at the June City Council meeting, I understand that proposed ban on conversion therapy is meant to show support for individuals who identify as being part of the LGBTQ+ community, specifically youth in the community. Nationally, between 7 to 9% of youth identify as being part of the LGBTQ+ community. While I couldn't find the numbers specific to Green Bay, my guess is that the numbers would be similar here as well. Now, an estimated 62% of students in the Green Bay area attend public schools. Specifically in the Green Bay Area Public School District, there are 18,922 students enrolled. Within the Green Bay Area Public School District, there are currently over 650 books with sexually explicit content contained in the school's libraries. Research shows that exposing youth to sexually explicit content in books can lead to an increased likelihood that they would participate in risky sexual behaviors. The exposure to this content can also lead to an increased risk of addiction, distorted views of relationships, and potentially long-term mental health struggles. All of the high schools in the Green Bay Area School District, and at least some of its middle schools, have Gay Straight Alliance or GSA clubs. From working within one of the district's high schools, I can tell you that parents are not always informed whether their child is involved in those groups. When my own daughter attended a school in the district, her classmates referred to their GSA club as the Rainbow Club. Students who participated in the club bragged about their time in the group and pressured others into joining. If a student was uncomfortable referring to a classmate by the preferred pronouns, they were pressured by peers to just go along with it and disregard their own beliefs. I want to ask why the City Council is looking to pass a ban that is meant to protect an estimated 7 to 9% of youth from conversion therapy, which should be a parental decision. But you are not protecting the roughly 1,900 youth in our public school district from the exposure of sexually explicit materials in the school's libraries. And why is there a fixation on discussing these sexual thoughts?
We need to keep the comments germane to the subject here, and the City Council doesn't have any governing authority over the Green Bay schools.
Okay,
So
I understand.
just noting that.
I just would like to say that as a mother and a member of the Green Bay community, I'm very concerned about the growing movement to allow increased freedoms for the LGBTQ+ community, while at the same time there is a clear effort to suppress religious and traditional views that uphold biblical moral values.
All right, any questions? Next up, we have David Stoffenbiel.
Hi there, my name is David Stoffenbiel. I'm an elder at One Way Christian Church, address 2071 South 9th Street in Green Bay. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you my thoughts on this resolution this evening. I have young children at home, and just thinking about how I would feel if I was excluded by the school system from the knowledge of one of my children, having any confusion over their gender or their sexual identity, I'd imagine I would feel helpless for sure. You see, God's entrusted me to raise them. As Proverbs 22:6 instructs me, train up a child in the way they should go. That's my job. I just can't stand back and have that taken from me. As I mentioned last time I spoke here, I personally received counseling in the past. I'm thankful for those who spoke truth into me. To that note, yes, it was biblical counseling that I received. That counseling's helped me grow to be a better, God-honoring man. Am I perfect? Far from it. I know this side of heaven I will struggle and stumble every day with temptation and whatnot. But His grace will save me. The difference now is I know what God desires of me. He desires for me to participate in doing His will. James 4:17 says, "To him who knows to do good and does not do it, to him that is sin." I don't want to be in that boat. You see, one day I will stand before Him, and as Romans 14:12 states, each one of us will give an account of himself to God. So I stand here today in opposition of this resolution because I believe deep in my heart that lovingly counseling youths and young adults with biblical truths in an effort to help them with their genders and sexual identity confusion is God's will. So as you vote on this resolution today, I ask that you think about that one child out there, or the young adult who is lost and confused in this world. The one that could use help, the help of somebody lovingly coming alongside them and sharing God's love. Please don't take that away from them. Thank you.
All right, any questions? Yes. Alder Hinkfist.
Biblical counselors, are these
sorry.
licensed counselors?
I believe there are some out there, but otherwise just, somebody counseling you with a biblical worldview instead of a other than biblical worldview.
Okay, because
That's my reference to biblical counseling.
okay, I'm just asking because the resolution specifically excludes anything relating to religion. So it's more about clinical psychologists, and so that's what I'm asking.
I mean, I think it could be very easily perceived as, a freedom of speech violation too. I mean, if we're not able to share the truth, what we believe the truth that this country's been founded on, biblical truth, if we're not able to share that with people to help them,
I agree with you, and I guess I didn't see the resolution as doing that. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, next up is Michelle Ralsky.
Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle Ralsky. I'm at 1155 Orlando Drive. The first thing that I would like to address the question that was just brought up, and I think what's going on is, as Christians, we feel like our speech is being squelched. So whether or not the resolution, as it's written, directly specifies certain things, you're squelching our voices. Our authority is the Bible. And what I've chosen to do with my time tonight is read two passages. The last time we were here, there was a question brought up as to whether or not we were being loving in the way we were saying things. And I'm hoping with the first passage, it shows why we feel we are loving and what we are doing. In the second passage, I'm hoping to show why it is important for us to show up tonight as the body of Christ, to stand up for our biblical understandings. So in the first scripture, it's in the book of Corinthians, and it states, "Or do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you, but you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of our God." I'm a recovering addict and alcoholic. I have experience in the LGBTQ community. I'm here today because of what Christ has done in my life. The second reading is from the book of Timothy. It's why we're here tonight. 2 Timothy chapter 1 starts at verse 8. "Therefore do not be ashamed of the testimony about our Lord, nor of me his prisoner, but share in suffering for the gospel by the power of God, who saved us and called us to a holy calling, not because of our works, but because of his own purpose and grace, which he gave us in Christ Jesus before the ages began, and which now has been manifested through the appearing of our Savior Christ Jesus, who abolished death and brought life and immortality to light through the gospel, for which I was appointed a preacher and apostle and teacher, which is why I suffer as I do. But I am not ashamed, for I know whom I have believed, and I am convinced that he is able to guard until that day what has been entrusted to me. Follow the pattern of the sound words that you had heard from me in the faith and love that are in Christ Jesus. By the Holy Spirit who dwells within us, guard the good deposit entrusted to you." We are here as Christians. We are here for what we believe. I am a testament to the saving of this book and what I've learned in the body of Christ.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Next up, Pierce Mave and Aaron Hayworth.
Hello, my name is Pierce Hayworth. I live at 1890 Wizard Way, De Pere, Wisconsin. Let me open this speech by saying that I am a gay man, and I am proud to be gay. The fact that people think being gay is bad is very, very messed up. That belief is very wrong. Us gay people are just like you. The only difference is that we have a different sexual orientation, and that is fine. Some people say that a man and a woman can only marry, but that is not true. Love is love, and it does not matter what gender or sexual orientation you are. You should be able to be marry or have a romantic or platonic relationship with anybody. There is nothing wrong with that, and that is what is happening in this world because that is good. What is wrong is conversion therapy. That is basically tricking or convincing people that being gay or any other sexual orientation besides straight is wrong. That is what they tell people. Don't listen to those people who tell you that stuff. And if you are taking conversion therapy, you should quit it. They are wrong. LGBTQIA plus people are good. And the people who think LGBTQIA plus people is bad or is a sin should get woke. It is not 1954 anymore. It is 2025. People that think being LGBTQIA plus is a bad thing should respect us because we are good people. Us LGBTQIA pluses have struggled for equality for years, and we are still fighting for it because society thinks us being who we are, sexual orientation-wise, is bad. Conversion therapy is terrible and messed up. It shouldn't be allowed. People can't control who you are, and they shouldn't try to control who you are. Conversion therapy is very wrong. What I think is that conversion therapy should be banned statewide, and I stand firm with that belief. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. You might be the youngest citizen ever to testify to our city council.
Well,
So
we're gonna make.
there we go. All right. Next up. Yes, Alder Eck.
How old are you?
I'm Tim.
Thank you.
My name's Maeve
Go ahead. You want to read?
Hayworth. 1890 Wizard Way, De Pere, Wisconsin. I do not think that it's nice when you control other people's bodies that are gay. Control. Because I do not think it's fair when you ban gay people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony as well. Any questions from council? All right. Thank you. Yeah, go for it. And just state your name and address as well.
Hi, I'm Erin Clinton Hayworth, and I live at 1890 Wizard Way in De Pere, Wisconsin. But I'm born in New Jersey. And I've only lived here 5 years, and I helped turn this state blue. These are my beautiful, strong, smart, and brave children who I am raising as humanists, and I'm teaching them the golden rule. And what I will say is that I have respectfully listened to all of the lovely people here, and I can respect their point of view. But what I'd like to share is my truth. And my truth is that this country was founded on religious freedom, but our government is secular. Now I'm going to ask a series of rhetorical questions because I know we can't do audience participation. So some of my questions that I'd love for you guys to go home and ruminate on as you speak to your God is, have you ever met your God in flesh on this earth? And has your God ever given you that directive, like verbally speaking to you? And then have you ever realized that your religion and your directives are meant to control people? Kind of like enslavement, almost, or perhaps a cult. But I don't know, because I've never met God in flesh. And I can't actually say if God exists or not, but I can't say he or she doesn't exist. What I can say is that we all don't know, and we should just let the mystery be. And we should raise our children to be humanists and to live by the golden rule, and that love is love, and that we can all have our opinions and be respectful, but sometimes agree to disagree and move on. So what I'll say now is, you all know my address, and I have cameras on my house. So if any of you come anywhere near my family, I'll have photographic evidence. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Next up, we have Representative Ahmad Rivera Wagner.
Good evening, everyone. I guess you can't say that back, right? That's not allowed. My name is Ahmad Rivera Wagner. I have the distinct pleasure of living at 617 South Quincy Street with my lovely husband and two dogs, Appa and Lambo. I also have the pleasure of representing 60% of the city of Green Bay and the proud co-sponsor of Senate Bill 324, which would be banning conversion therapy at the state level. What you may not know about me is I actually grew up in an incredibly religious household. My family were Pentecostal Christians. And so I know the joy that faith can bring to people and the way belonging can happen when you operate in faith. I also know the perils of believing that our faith is the same as our government. And so while I'm no longer practicing that faith, I am someone who does believe in public service. And the reason I believe in public service is because government at its best serves everybody, regardless of what you believe, what language you speak, how you show up, how you got here. We make sure that you can both pay your tickets and pay your taxes the same way anyone else has. And I know that we are imperfect. And part of this resolution is getting to a place where we get to serve everyone. You also may not know that I came out at 18. I'm young and pretty, but back then, it wasn't that long ago, when I came out, I could be fired for being openly gay. I could be let go from a housing contract for being there with my partner. I could not serve in the military, and my health care could be denied because of who I happened to live with. What we saw is that the similar conversations, history does not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. We had a whole religious slew of people just 2 decades ago talking about the comparing of marriage, which I'm now in, with a very handsome dairy farmer, would lead to bestiality. They'd call us things like abomination, like they did last meeting. They'd come with cruelty covered in religious fervor. And here we are, almost 20 years into marriage equality, and the world has not melted. We have not imploded, and no one is marrying their dog. And so what I ask you in this moment is that as a public servant, our job isn't to tell people of faith what they should or should not do. That is between them and their faith, and I'm proud of them doing that. But what we are put on this work to do, what elected officials are meant to do, is ensure that every single person, no matter how they show up, that they feel safe. Conversion therapy ends lives, causes damage, and like any other consumer-based practice, you ban things that do not work. This is not that complicated. Religious exemptions are already there. Nearly half of the states in the United States already have a conversion therapy ban. And what I'm asking this council to do is their job. Make sure every single person is protected from a discredited practice and allow people of faith to practice what they like to. I'm thankful for you. I know this community and this council is committed to equality, and I know you'll vote the right way today. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions? All right. Thanks, sir. Anyone else who was not listed or I didn't read off who'd like to testify? Yeah, just approach the mic and offer your name and address. Then we provide for 3 minutes of testimony.
Hi, Ron Young, 1102 Gallagher Street, Green Bay. I tried to register online, so.
Yeah, apologies for that.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your service to the city. I appreciate it. It's kind of difficult. I knew nothing about what was going on, blissfully. And then I got several text messages because someone on the city council had posted something in a public forum about our church, Jacob's Well, which is in Howard and not Green Bay, about the idea of checking us out because we may be a group that's practicing conversion therapy. Being good Presbyterians, doing everything decently in order. We want to follow Matthew 18. Our pastor, who's also a licensed therapist and supervisor, contacted that councilman, and I believe there's some sort of retraction or something. So first of all, thank you for that. So I got curious. I called or emailed my alder and then another one who sits on council about, have there been a lot of complaints then? I mean, what's generating this? Have there been people coming forward complaining about it? And neither my alder or the other council person stated that they knew of none. I did a Google search. I looked for complaints, Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau, whatever I could find, and I found nothing. And so the question is, why is this even coming up? Like, I don't get it. When I heard there was a conversion theory ban, I thought, what is this, the 90s? I don't think that that's a common practice within licensed counseling. Our church, like many others, if there's someone who has that questions about being faithful, and that's kind of brought to pastors, and there's pastoral counseling, that type of thing. So it leads me to believe that this might be at best virtue signaling. At worst, it's a way in which to put targets on the back of people who hold to a traditional biblical view of sexuality. Either way, I don't know why this is even being brought up. So my recommendation is speaking against it is to drop it. As Mr. Drzwicki had mentioned, there's other things going on. All I know is it's awakened a lot of people to see, is the city council looking at infringing on our religious freedoms. So we'll just be more aware. So that's all I had to say is I don't understand why this is even here if it's not being practiced or there's been no complaints coming forward. And you probably have a lot of stuff to do. So thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else who'd like to testify?
My name's Diane Merrill, 2633 Trojan Drive, apartment 208 in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I'm one of the few people that watch the videos of Common Council and the committees. And so I know what people are saying because it's my right what you're saying. So this is all on record. And I've been watching for years the dismissal of people of faith in this city. And I saw people of faith come up here and talk. I saw a woman last council meeting come out and talk from her heart of the building that she bought and that to be where it is. And I'm just saying that I've been watching. You don't listen to the people. I heard somebody else the other day. They might not, I don't even agree with them. They had a business that, as a Christian, a bar, but they came up and said that you have a reputation for not listening to the people. So I want to say to all the counselors, I am a licensed Patriot Constitution coach. I have been under the teaching of Patriot Academy, and which is led by constitutional lawyers. So I look at things differently. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a constitutional lawyer, but I've been listening to them. And you also, I heard you talk about the one in La Crosse. You do know, right, that was a woman that was doing counseling, just like we're talking about. And they had an ordinance in La Crosse, and now that is. And she has constitutional lawyers. So if you're going to pursue this, you're going to need a constitutional lawyer, because this is a constitutional, and this is being tested all over the country. And this is my city. I was born here. I don't want to see you sued. I don't want to see you on TV. So I know a lot of things, and I'm just asking, and also every one of you counselors, council persons, do you know what your churches in your area believe? Do you know? You need to represent them just as much of everybody else. And I'd like to apologize for the Christians who haven't told you how they feel, but we'll start. Thank you for your time.
Questions? All right. Thank you. Anyone else?
John Morehouse, 1794 Alloway Avenue. Obviously, pretty hot topic, right? I agree 100% with one of the previous speakers. Why are we even here debating this tonight? This is not government's wheelhouse. This is not where we should be spending our taxpayers' dollars and time. There are many other things that you should be spending your time and money on. Last month, I mentioned the lawsuit that the city paid out for $77,000 for violating a constitutional freedom of speech individual. I wonder where that money came from. I wonder if that ever showed up on anybody's budget sheet as an itemized individual item. I also want to know where the future money will come out for future lawsuits for what's going to happen with this. This doesn't belong on the table. It seems like it's a pet project of a few minority people. And of course, we can all get back to what? We can get back to truth. Today in our society, my truth is the truth, right? Your truth is the truth. No, the truth is God's truth, the Bible. And however many are sitting here today and want to reject that, then I guess I can think about the ant that I saw on the sidewalk when I was walking into the building tonight that I inadvertently stepped on. And I look at Proverbs 9:10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And until people start doing that, we will still continue to sin and go the way that we want and go the way that our natural man wants us to indulge in. And yes, history does repeat itself. There's something about a rainbow that had to do with the flood. That's the real rainbow. Thank you.
Any questions? Anyone else? Entertain a motion to close the floor. Motion to close the floor made by Alder DeLee, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it, and the floor is closed. So again, we're on item 14 under protection and policy. Motion to approve made by Alder Presley, seconded by Alder DeLee. On that motion, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening very closely to a lot of the comments, and sometimes you try to capture some underlying themes, and I think there's one that at least I picked up on, referred to a few times as Christian counseling, and in particular, I just kind of wanted to reframe this as maybe religious counseling, recognizing that not every member of the Green Bay community is Christian, and that there are other beliefs as well. And so I would like to offer up an amendment, and that is on the second whereas, related to whereas the city of Green Bay affirms its respect for the rights of freedom of expression, freedom of religion. So that particular whereas, it says, or pastoral conversations, comma, and religious counseling. So my amendment is moved to amend to add and religious counseling.
Religious counseling. Yep. So that is Alder Johnson's amendment. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Alder Hinkfist. Any discussion on that amendment? Alder Presley.
Can you just repeat what it was again?
Yeah, sorry. I gave a lot of language just to help us identify which whereas we're looking at.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm offering up is at the end of the pastoral conversations, within that whereas clause, it would add and religious counseling.
Okay.
So those three words, and religious counseling.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. Religious counseling could be somebody licensed, I believe. If you have a church that has a counseling portion, I guess maybe I'll ask.
Yep, and pastoral conversation could be that too, right?
Right.
I'm just trying to provide, I'm offering that up as an olive branch to, again, provide, to at least respond to and address maybe some specific language that had been brought up by some of our speakers.
Okay.
So,
Got it. All right. Did you have a question for Attorney Coachart, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Alder Hutchison.
Hey, pastoral conversations. What's the definition of that term in this regard? Does it cover religion, or is it more broad, or is it less broad? Sorry, I didn't mean to stump you.
Well, I would say pastoral conversation isn't defined here, but to the extent that you're trying to get to this point about pastoral conversations or what's religious counseling, you could just suggest or refer to those required to have a license from the Department of Safety and Professional Services, because I would defer to that state agency that regulates therapists, counselors, et cetera, for those definitions. Because the intent here is this is drafted to be sent to the legislature in support of a law, but also the agency responsible for licensing is the Department of Safety and Professional Services. So they promulgate the definitions along with other terms in administrative rules.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alder Eck, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. There's so many things in the air right now regarding this subject. I just don't understand why we are addressing this at a local level. The state, the federal, they're all looking into this. Right now, there's litigation out in our state, in La Crosse. We've got litigation out in Colorado as kind of an example. And I just feel like we as a city should not be passing resolutions. And I know the future intent is to pass an ordinance. And so I would make a amendment to the motion to hold until the SCOTUS decision is made.
Okay, so not really an amendment, I don't think, but it's a motion
Sorry,
to hold.
a new motion.
Okay, Alder Eck makes a motion to hold this over until the United States Supreme Court rules on this subject.
Correct.
Alder Johnson on that.
I believe there's two primary motions on the floor already. A motion to approve, followed by a motion to amend.
Mm-hmm.
So that motion would be out of order, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought motion to hold was in order, but Attorney Kochart?
I think a motion to hold can supersede a motion to approve.
But there are two primary motions already on the floor.
Amend?
Correct? And it's not to say that the motion couldn't be made, but I think we have to dispose of the second amendment.
Amendment.
Or the
I think that's
second
appropriate
motion
if you wanna vote on the
to
amendment,
first.
But
Okay.
generally, a motion to hold supersedes.
Okay, well, we'll take that point of order. So motion on the floor is the amendment, and then we'll, when that's disposed of, then you can make that motion, Alder.
Thank you.
So Alder Johnson has a second for that motion to amend. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Alder Eck requests a board vote. It's now displaying. This is on the amendment to add religious counseling to the resolution. Alder Eck.
If the amendment is made, then does it go back to the original, or this is the final vote on it?
If the amendment is made, then theoretically others could make amendments at that point. But once it's disposed of, up or down, then you'd be allowed to make whatever motion you'd like.
Thank you.
And that amendment passes 9-1. So Alder Eck.
I'd like to make a motion to hold until the Supreme Court of the United States makes their decision.
All right, Alder Eck makes a motion to hold this item until the U.S. Supreme Court makes a ruling on this subject. Is there a second for that? Second for that motion appears to fail for lack of a second. So now we do have an amended motion that's on the floor. Any discussion on that or additional amendments? Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things I just wanted to clarify. So one is really understanding and distinguishing the difference between an ordinance and a resolution. And I think that might be understood by many people. I don't think sometimes it's broadly understood, the difference. And, we're not passing a law tonight. We're not passing anything. And I don't want to presume either. We're not voting on a law tonight. We're not voting on something. And this is something that, governments oftentimes will take up resolutions to establish a position to encourage another layer of government to act or to create a law at the state or federal level around a certain topic. So this really isn't going to be subject to future litigation because it's just a political statement. That's really what it is. there were a couple of other comments that were made about, hormone treatments and gender affirming care. I just want to kind of point out that when this body did actually refer this to the law department a year ago, 18 months ago, maybe, that was included as part of that motion to address those particular items with conversion therapy for minors. So this body, at least at the time, did take that action. Between that action was taken and now is when it was brought up a number of these legal challenges, and that passing a local ordinance would actually create possible legal risk exposure for us, which is why I think some of the alders preferred to bring forward the resolution. So the stepping stone, I want to comment on, this could be a stepping stone, to a future ordinance or a law. And I think that certainly can be the case. I mean, essentially the resolution is taking a position statement on this particular item. And we've talked about this a lot in the past, and which is, I think broadly speaking, nobody's really in favor of some of the things that cause physical harm, right? When you think about shock therapy and some of those other things that historically been associated with conversion therapy, there are a lot of laws in the books that already address those things. And so it's the reality is, I think, and somebody brought this up, right, that we really need to find what conversion therapy is. And I think you're absolutely right. The dilemma and the challenge that we have right now, of course, is that this is a resolution. We can sit and wordsmith this to death here, or recognize that at the end of the day, I think when you pass this, people are going to look at this in one of two ways, which is either city council supported the resolution or they denied the resolution. The truth is, I'm not sure that a lot of people are reading the words in between. And so I kind of, like I said, wanted to extend the olive branch to acknowledge and recognize religious counseling as a protected First Amendment right, while at the same time taking a look at this saying it's a non-binding resolution, there's no risk exposure, and if it sends a message to LGBTQ plus community that they are supported, I'm good with that. I think that's an okay thing. And I think if we were passing an ordinance, or if we were actually taking up a state or federal law, that this would be a whole different level of scrutiny, because there are certain ramifications from that. But today, this is what it is, which is, again, communicating to our community members that they are supported. So,
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the motion? Yeah, Alder Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can answer a little bit of why are we doing this. This was something that Alder Prophet, Alder DeLee, and I brought forward. This came from conversations that we've had with people in our community who wanted to see change, who remember a year ago when we talked about it the first time. That was something that Alder Scannell brought forward, and they were asking for a follow-up. Where is this? So we came forward. We went to legal staff. We said, where is conversion therapy? Legal staff explained the situation with ongoing litigation, that perhaps we should consider a resolution, something non-binding. We changed that a little bit to be specifically supporting legislation at the state level. As Alder Johnson said, this is a non-binding thing. This does not open us up to additional litigation. I think the reason why we're doing it is because somebody asked us to, because the community came to us, members of the community, members of the LGBTQ community came to us. And it's my policy that unless it's insane, if somebody says we want to see something, I'm going to bring that forward and at least bring it up for conversation and for a vote. It got referred back to us, it got referred to committee, it came back here. We're just going through the steps with it. I think you could have convinced me a month ago, that this isn't worth our time. But really, after seeing some of the testimony and some of the conversation around this, I think it is worth our time. I'm convinced it's worth our time sending a message. It is a statement. It's effectively a statement. And it's a statement saying that our city is opposed to this practice. Our city is in favor of Senate Bill 34 and the work that Representative Rivera Wagner is doing. It's a statement in support of our LGBTQ community. And after hearing people come and defend conversion therapy, and I know some said they don't want to be put in that position, but coming forward and saying we want the right to continue conversion therapy. The question was brought up, is it happening in the city? I don't know, but a lot of people are coming up to defend it. So I have a feeling that it may be. I guess I don't know. This is an emotional subject for me. I went to my brother's wedding last month. He's gay. He got married. It was beautiful, beautiful ceremony in Colorado where there's a Supreme Court case pending. It was so lovely. It's my older brother, who I love so much, who has been gay since he was a child, who knew he was gay in high school, and he got to get married. And he walked up to the altar, and it was raining before, and then the sun came out, and there was the sun shining on him and his face and his husband's face, and they exchanged their vows, and it was just so wonderful. And we got to that place because my parents were accepting. We got to that place because my parents were religious, and unsure about the whole gay thing. You know, he came out in 2013 before it was legal nationwide to have gay marriage. They were unsure, but they didn't bring him to conversion therapy. And because they didn't bring him to conversion therapy, because there was nobody pushing him to change who he is, he got to have this beautiful ceremony that I was so happy to be a part of. And to think that the message that the city is sending to our LGBTQ community is that we don't want you to have that. We want to deprive you of that pursuit of happiness. That I that's untenable for me. So sorry, this is an emotional subject, and we're all emotional around it. But I really cannot speak enough in support of this resolution. It is a statement, and it's a statement we should make.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Eck?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and that's where I feel like, you know, when you say it is a statement, it seems 100% political. It's a non-binding resolution. So, you know, I keep hearing that it's non-binding, which I know it is. So it's not a legal like a ordinance, but it's a statement, and again, it seems political and 100% virtue signaling to me, and so that is why I am against it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Alder Johnson for a second time.
Very quickly. I just, you know, and I don't think this was the intent, but I want the folks who are here in the gallery who spoke on both sides of the issue to understand, like, I really do appreciate when members of the public come up and speak on any item. And, you know, it was kind of, I don't personally feel that anybody came here tonight defending conversion therapy. I think there was opposition to the resolution, but I kind of wanted to clarify that I think whether you were here talking about the importance of religion in your life, or whether you're a member of the LGBTQ community that opposes conversion therapy, I think these things can be mutually exclusive and they can both exist. And this is, I just kind of wanted to kind of point that out, that I appreciate, again, the need for both perspectives on this to be heard, while also recognizing, again, that because there is no binding effect to this, but it does uplift a certain population within our community, I do think that outweighs any type of negative side effect or consequence that might come from this.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry. Just real brief, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
yeah. Yes, go ahead.
I had my hand up online. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Or not online, but the request. It doesn't matter. Just real brief comments from me. I, of course, am in favor of it. I think I spoke extensively on it last time we talked at the council about this. But one thing that I have heard recently too is just why we're spending our time on this when we should be talking about roads or some other things. I do just want to call attention to, Alder Johnson had an amendment for a motion on roads. Some of these other things cost a lot of taxpayer dollars, and this is something that we've been asked to do that cost maybe some staff time, certainly some Alder's work, putting some wordsmith in language and some committee time. But it doesn't mean we're not also looking at other things. You know, I'm hearing from constituents regularly. We're bringing stuff to Traffic, Bike, and Ped next week to talk about safety on some roads in our neighborhood. Like, these things don't have to be just one or the other. You know, we're continuing, as we all should be, as representatives of the city, putting in work in multiple areas. This is one that I've heard, you know, as recently as this morning, some comments from a resident who wanted some other additions to the resolution in front of us as well. So it's important, but it doesn't mean we're not also addressing other things happening in our community. We certainly are, and appreciate every department's hand in all of the work that's happening throughout the city. A lot of those things cost money. This is a relatively low cost thing for us to do to make a very important group in our community feel safe and heard. So just brief comments from me, but I'm very much in favor of what we have before us tonight, and thank everyone's time and attention to it.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? Seeing none, all in favor? Mm-hmm. Yep, a board vote has been requested on the amended item. Second, yes. I don't remember who that was at this point, though. The second on Alder Johnson's motion to approve is amended. Was there one? Alder Hinkfist? Yeah. All right, so we have that. We'll use the board. Alder Hinkfist and DeLee. Yes from Alder DeLee. Yes from Alder Hinkfist. And that passes 9-1. So with that, we'll move along to item 15, which is the release of 2 Class B liquor and Class B beer licenses at the start of the business day on July 16, 2025. To the pool of available liquor licenses due to no renewal application filed for the 25-26 license year. And I'm forgetting who pulled that one.
That'll be me.
All right, Alder Stevens, you have an amendment?
Okay, so after the protection and policy meeting, I have been made aware from the clerk that we need to make an adjustment on this. The information should be reading the release of 1 Class B liquor and beer license at the start of the business day tomorrow, which is July 16th, to the available pool due to a non-renewal at 126 South Broadway.
Okay, very good. So that is Alder Stevens' amendment. Is there a second for it? Seconded by Alder Presley. Any discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. I'll entertain a motion to approve as amended. Motion to approve is amended, made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Hutchison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been approved. Next, we've got the report of the Green Bay Police Department granting operator licenses. Motion to approve made by Alder Galvin, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any names here to be handled separately or abstentions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's approved. On to the Plan Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson and seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report has been approved. Finance Committee.
Move to approve with congratulations.
Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson with congratulations. Seconded by Alder Galvin. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Park Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder DeLee and seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. I think we have a couple folks who'd like to speak on 1 and 2. Alder Johnson pulls 1 and 2. Any others? Hearing none others, all in favor of approving that report with the exception of items 1 and 2 will signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved with the exception of items 1 and 2. Your wishes on item 1. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson. Seconded by Alder Galvin. And then we do have one gentleman here. If we want to. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Galvin. Seconded by Alder Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Mr. Drzwicki on P1.
Is it in regards to the St. James?
It is.
I'll repeat my name and address again. Eric Drzwicki, 632 South Roosevelt Street. I wanted to provide one comment. There was at the at the Parks meeting a suggestion that a concerned citizen had brought forward concerns. I do want to note that everybody that speaks here, everybody that spoke at the Parks meeting, had to provide their name and their address and explain their point of view. I do find it a little concerning that an anonymous citizen could potentially raise this issue without being disclosed. So I do think that a better policy would be that if somebody is going to propose changes, that information be read into the record so we know who was doing that. I don't believe it was read into the record in attendance. That said, on the topic at hand, I think that the city band performance at the parks has been a booming success over the 123 years that it has been in. It is a way for people, again, ranging from, I have seen a sitting congressperson there, I have seen the unhoused there, and all of these people enjoy this together. I think it is the perfect location. So I appreciate, I expect unanimous support, but I just want to thank you all for that and encourage you to vote to continue that. Thank you.
Thanks for testimony. Any questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else on this item? This is a city band concert. Motion to close the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. We have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Next on to item 2, to deny the request by the owner of 531 South Oakland Avenue to waive the $3,841 unauthorized tree removal fee. Motion to open the floor made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. So it looks like a Greg Gerbers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Mayor. Greg Gerbers, represent Bauhi. My office is at 336 South Jefferson Street. My client lives at, sorry, I didn't memorize her address, 1105 Longbow Court in Oneida. By way of summary, my client had her property insurance tell her that she needed to cut some limbs on her tree because they were affecting her roof. She had hired somebody to take care of that, and what they did is they also cut a city tree in the right-of-way. There's no question that happened. It's very much happened. But she did not know about it immediately. She wasn't there. It got cut by that person. She found out about it later and then received a municipal citation for that thing. That is dated June 18th of 2024. Then, as we found out at a committee, that per a city policy that is not communicated anywhere, it is apparently kept, it's not online, it's not available to community members. She then received a statement for the value of the tree based on the violation section of the ordinance and how they evaluate the tree based on that. In addition to the fact that this was investigated by the police department, she contacted them, provided them the name of the person who actually cut the tree, and then had text exchanges back and forth. I've been able to dig in a little more information from committee, so I apologize to committee members that you're getting new information today. She actually had a friend of hers see that this person was cutting a tree somewhere else and provided that information to the investigating officer. And according to the text messages between her and the officer, he actually admitted to cutting that tree. Okay. So when I look at the ordinance, first of all, my problem with it is that it says, when you look to section 2837, violations is any person found to do that. Now, the city policy that nobody else sees will transfer that to the owner of that property. It transfers that responsibility. But the ordinance doesn't necessarily grant you that authority. It says that any person who disturbs or messes with that tree, I mean, I'm very colloquial summarizing here, is the person responsible for the violation. The second issue I have with it is that it says that, sorry, it prints out light and I'm getting old. Without the permit shall be subject to a forfeiture of not less than 500 per incident, nor made greater than 1,500, or the calculated value lost according to the latest edition of that. At the time that she received this citation, the city has elected its remedy. They've elected what they're going to do. The ordinance does not allow the city to do both. It's got to be one or the other based on the plain language of the ordinance. And quite honestly, I don't believe the ordinance allows the city to transfer this liability to the homeowner, especially in a case where the person who violated the ordinance is very well known and has been communicated into the investigation. And so that's why we're asking that only the city council has the authority to waive the fee for the value of the tree. And so we're asking the city council to do that. And I appreciate all the time, alders.
Thanks for your testimony. Alderek.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the attachments and I don't see the estimate that was given to the property owner. When somebody comes out and you ask him for an estimate for tree services, there's usually, I used to work for a tree company, so I know it's very specific on what the services are that they're providing. I don't see that attached here. When I asked you about it, you said it was kind of a general amount or something. And I just feel like there should be some proof of the fact that she didn't know the tree was going to be part of the services. Because we don't have that. There's nothing here that tells us this. We have no proof except word of mouth.
I understand that. And that is, I unfortunately was not able to get a report from the investigating officer. I was hoping to have that today so that I could provide that to you. I only have that. I can tell you that what I do have is just a statement, the list of requirements from the insurance company that she had saying this is what needed to be fixed. And so, I mean, the tree service is, I don't know how, it's not a big company, so I'm not sure that they are very formal in the way that they handle their business.
Okay, and I know that I said this at our committee meeting that it was taken, if it was taken down inadvertently without the homeowner asking for, or property owner, then who would be liable for that? And what we talked about is we feel like, the tree service would be liable, but not directly to the city. That would be something that the homeowner or the property owner would need to ask or seek in small claims court.
I understand that. And after the meeting, I had a chance to really review the ordinance. And the ordinance specifically references the person who harms that tree is the person who can be fined. It doesn't, to me, from my reading of it, it does not allow that transfer to the homeowner based on the language. And that's only the city policy that we discussed that was passed in 2006 that does that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Alder Johnson.
What was the name of the contractor?
It was Two Brothers LLC. The name of the person actually involved.
Or the name of the LLC, if you have that, please.
Yep. Two Brothers Services LLC. I did look there.
Sorry, Two Brothers?
Two Brothers Services LLC. And I looked, I do not believe they hold a license in the city of Green Bay, but my client did not know that at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Alder Galvin.
Whose responsibility is it for your client to be checking to see if they have their license or not?
I don't know that that's her responsibility. I think that it's the obligation of the tree service to perform work in the city to have a license.
When I have service done, I ask people if my roof, for instance, do they have insurance? Do they have a license to operate? I check that information out. I mean, that's my responsibility as the homeowner, right? She is the property owner. I would say it's her responsibility to ascertain whether these individuals even are a legitimate business or not.
Ma'am, you're not really able to speak from the audience like that. So if you'd like to speak, just approach the podium.
There was insurance. The agreed. That might be how you handle it. How a lot of people would handle it. I don't know that changes the fact that obligation I think per the way the city handles licenses is on the tree trimming company and not on the homeowner.
Alder
How
Dooley?
would, if I could continue then.
Yep. I don't mean
So
to,
I'm no, I'm.
but
I mean, look,
it's not really.
Look, what you're trying to do here is you're trying to get us to say she's not responsible for the damage to this tree, and she's not responsible for that money.
Right.
What I'm trying to find out is she has no responsibility. It's the city's responsibility to go out and find people cutting down trees and stop them and say, "Did you get a license from us?"
I don't think the license is even really a critical issue to this.
I think it's critical because there's people practicing professional skills within this community. We post the names of those companies when we approve their license applications. When we send out sidewalk improvement orders, we tell the people where they can look it up and get the names of these individuals that have these licenses. That's why they
Yep,
apply
I understand.
for it.
Yep.
I mean,
I'm not arguing with that point.
but I mean, there has to be some responsibility on the property owner at some point here.
Right. And to my earlier point, I think that you are at a point where the ordinance itself doesn't allow that transfer of responsibility based on the way it's written.
Okay, so you're arguing a legality here about the responsibility based on how our ordinance is written.
Yep.
All right, I can appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Who's it? Alder Dooley, and then Alder Presley.
This is a tough one.
I'm sorry.
This is a tough one because, sorry, I wasn't at Parks Committee the other night, but I watched it. I understand this isn't the homeowner's fault, but the tree's on the homeowner's property. It's a city tree, so they're responsible for it, and your responsibility at that point would be taking the tree service then to small claims court. And I stewed about this for a while, and I thought about, if you hire a grass cutting service to your house and your grass doesn't get cut for 2 months, and the city sends DPW over to cut the grass in your front yard and charges you, who's at fault? Because it's your grass. You would be at fault for the grass not being cut, but you would go after the grass cutting company and why they didn't come and take care of your grass like you had paid them to do. No different than this. I don't think the license really falls into play on this, but I think the responsibility is on the homeowner until you would take the tree service into small claims court and
have and I would agree with you, but for the way the ordinance is worded.
I don't know if I can side with that. I still think that it's the homeowner's responsibility until you would go to small claims. So,
Any other questions, Alder Hutchison? Oh no, I'm sorry, Alder Presley, and then also Hutchison.
Thank you. So your one concern is that the ordinance only puts the blame on the person who did the harm to the tree specifically, and then your other point was that there's two charges.
There is, the statute only allows either the fine or the cost of the tree, and the city sent out the fine almost 4 months before they sent out the bill for the cost of the tree.
Okay.
And so the second half of this is the city elected a remedy. At that point, they chose one that they were going to do, and that they sent out the fine.
Got it. Thank you.
Alder Hutchison, and then Galvin.
Okay. Question for our city attorney regarding these ordinances. What is your take on this discussion in terms of who's at fault with the ordinance, who owes the money? And then the second question, can you do a fee and then also charge for the tree? Thank you.
So on the first point about the language just saying that this is only subject to a person in the broad context of a definition of a person, I think it can extend to a contractor. People are hired. I think that's general concepts of contract law, but that would be for you all to decide on the facts if you believe that the landowner did in fact hire that contractor. There was some business relationship there. I don't think person is limited to just the person who had the saw or tree cutter, whatever it was. That's my perspective on how we use person in our ordinances. That's consistent with Chapter 8 and many others where homeowners are responsible for permits, regardless of contractors, service providers, friends that do the work at their homes. Okay. And the second part of your question was in regard to the ordinance. So I don't have the citation in front of me, but it does, part of the citation process is a forfeiture. Calculated at the loss value. So I do know that our municipal attorney did work with this individual through the process of that citation or working through that citation. I don't have the specific reference. Perhaps Attorney Gerbers can point out the difference between a dollar amount for the fine. But I believe for the invoice, it's a pursuit of a forfeiture in the loss value of city property.
Anything further?
So that means both can be done, a fee and payment for the value?
So under 2837, which I think is the appropriate citation for the loss of value, the person found to disturb root zone, prune, remove, cause removal, death of a public tree, subject to a forfeiture of not less than $500 or no more than the greater $1,500 or the calculated value lost according to the appraisal guide. That's the process there. As I said before, I'm not positive on the citation that was issued separately because this came through as the invoice. So I'm not sure what the dollar amount was for the citation that was issued, nor the citation for that authority.
Director Ditchite, do you have anything on this question? Not yet.
I believe the citation was around what they mentioned, around $600,000 or $600. I have had some discussions with Attorney Mays on this issue, so we potentially could talk about whether or not we would charge both or eliminate one or the citation if this fee is approved tonight.
Thanks, Director. Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. And my questions are kind of the same as Alder Hutchinson's.
I guess to Alder X point, is this a question for Mr. Gerbers or?
Yeah, it's for Mr. Gerber. So you're claiming that there's double jeopardy here.
It's not really double jeopardy. It's just that it says one this or that.
So you're saying it's one or the other.
Yep.
And she's willing probably to pay the ticket.
I think yes, but the ticket was sent 4 months ahead of time.
So you're saying that should be first.
That it feels like the city went forward with that path.
Did she pay the ticket?
She has not yet. There's a court date on it. She's waiting to pay the ticket for the outcome of this.
Okay. And this is for Attorney Koshert. I'm not sure if my ears aren't working well tonight, but I'm not catching the legalese that you're putting out there about whether we can or cannot issue a citation and then assess a fee for the loss of the property.
So what I was referring to before, ordinance absolutely allows us to recover the cost of the citation, the cost of the tree removal through the process that I mentioned, 2837. In regards to the citation and the municipal court process, that dispensing with that is not the authority of council. It's the municipal court's authority. In terms of whether we can negotiate that or Attorney Gerber's point in challenging that authority, I cannot answer that at this time as I sit here because it's a municipal court process under the municipal judge's authority and not mine or council's authority. And as I said, I don't have the citation in front of me, and I do know that the city attorney did, in fact, speak with the attorney and his client about this in attempting to resolve this matter. But again, it's a separate process.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, it's up to the municipal judge to make the decision if the city can collect a fine from the citation and then also a fee for the loss of the tree. Is that what you're telling me?
So under ordinance under 2837, the city can provide for a forfeiture from a person who cuts down the tree. There's separate authority for the citation. I, as I said, have not part of the municipal court process. I'm working through this person's citation that's still pending. If there's a question about this, that's as I said, I did not know there was a question about the citation and the cost of the tree. So I do not have a specific answer today as to where that process stands in municipal court. And if there's a challenge to both, I think it's probably appropriate to pursue it on the citation front. If that's the argument that the citation takes precedent over forfeiture in time, I think that's a matter for the municipal court to determine.
Okay. I think I'm getting close to the answer I'm trying to get to. So what do we have responsibility here as a council tonight? What can we rule on?
Well, the waiving of the cost of the tree is generally a finance matter. I would suggest, given some of the new and additional information that was provided that didn't come up at committee and this new argument about the citation versus the forfeiture of the tree, I would actually just recommend holding, because I apologize that I don't have a clear answer for this. So that would be my recommendation, holding this till the next meeting until we can determine what's happening at the municipal court process, and this argument that one can only happen because of a time of when the citation was issued versus the invoice was sent.
All right, and based on my understanding now, I agree with you, and I would make a motion to hold this matter until it can be decided by the municipal court, and then we can move forward from there.
I don't know that was. Is that what you were suggesting, Attorney Kochert?
Yes, I was suggesting that this point of contention. The simple answer is I do not have an answer for this issue that Attorney Gerbers is making, that the citation that was issued and is still pending takes precedence over an invoice recovery because it's a municipal court proceeding, and I don't have the specific knowledge of that proceeding nor the conversations that have been happening with the attorney and his client in the resolution of that citation. And again, that authority exists with the municipal court. So in the interest of straightening that out, to be frank, I think we should hold it.
Okay,
I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. My question was though, hold it until, like the alder suggested, until municipal court has resolved this issue.
I think it just could be. I apologize, Mayor. It could just be held till the next meeting, and we can work that out between now and then.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'll change it then. My motion would be to hold it until. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, motion to close the floor made by Alder Eck, seconded by Alder DeLee. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Gerbers. Alder Galvin.
Yeah, motion to hold this until our next city council meeting so that the city attorney can do some more research and come up with some answers for us.
Okay. Alder Galvin makes a motion to hold till our next council meeting. I'll second it. Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and that item is held.
And if I could say publicly to Attorney Kochert, you don't have to apologize for anything. You didn't see this coming, and so I certainly don't expect you to have all the nuances at hand.
Yep, second that. All right, so we're now on to where were we? Report of the Personnel Committee. Motion to approve made by Alder Hinkvist. Second by Alder Ritterbusch. Any items here to be handled separately? Hearing none, all in favor of the report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved. Sustainability Commission. Motion to approve made by Alder DeLee. Seconded by Alder Presley. Items here to be handled separately? Sure. We'll just do that. So item 1, to approve a resolution opposing the repeal of clean energy funding programs in House Concurrent Resolution 14. The deadline for House 14 or House Resolution 14 has since passed. So Alder Johnson makes motion to receive and place on file. That was seconded by Alder Eck. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor?
Clarity on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's a correlating resolution to this too, where we'll take the same action because federal legislation has already passed. It's no longer relevant, and I've talked with Casey Hicks, who I know many of you know. He thought this would be the appropriate course of action if there's a future resolution that might be brought forward on active legislation, that it would be reintroduced to something new at that time.
Thanks, Alder. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item will be received and placed on file. Next up is item 2, to approve the Sustainability Commission proceeding with a collaborative process for drafting a rights of nature resolution. On that, Alder Eck makes a motion to receive and place on file. Is there a second for that?
A second for discussion.
Seconded by Alder Johnson for discussion. On that motion, Alder Eck?
Yeah, so I want to just read part of the agenda item. The Rights of Nature movement frames natural ecosystems and features such as rivers, wetlands, forests, and other living communities as legal persons that hold the right to exist, flourish, and be defended in a court of law. To me, that's a little too much to say that all of those things are a legal person. So therefore, that's why I'm motion to receive and place on file.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Presley?
feels personal almost. The two committees now that work in progress is being motioned to receive and place on file. Is this? I won't even speak to the merit of what this is. It's a process, though. This is something we discussed and want to move forward with potentially drafting. If it comes as a resolution, I think that's open for discussion, but I really think it does us a disservice to limit what we're bringing forward, cutting it off at the bud here. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I'm definitely opposed to receiving and placing it in file.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Alder Eck for a second time.
Thank you. So when I saw this, I did go to so one of my closest friends is Oneida, and her dad was a former Oneida chairman. So I read this to them, and I have her permission to say this. They both looked at me like it had two heads. They too thought this was too much to use the words legal persons. So it wasn't just me. I did go and I asked somebody that I figured would be a good person to ask, or two people, because I see that there's other tribes that are listed here. So I did ask some people from the Oneida tribe. Thank you.
Alder Johnson, were seeking recognition?
No, but,
Okay.
actually, yeah, sorry.
Okay,
There was-
go ahead.
I don't know is there a staff person here that can speak to this, or I think Alder Presley's on sustainability. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, could you speak to maybe the intent behind this particular proposal?
So yeah, the rights of nature, it's not a new thing, but it's an ongoing movement, and it is rooted in indigenous values that nature and elements of nature such as rivers, such as wetlands, have value that is inherent to them. I don't think, I mean, we don't have a resolution in front of us, but that person is just sort of an idea that it is something that deserves to be defended and taken into consideration. So for example, you're considering a new development that's going to impinge on a wetland. The idea of this is saying that wetland also deserves consideration. We're not just considering the people who are going to live in this development or the developers or the city itself. We're also considering nature as part of this. So it's sort of ceremonial, but it's also just it's a philosophy, and it's something that was brought to me by members of Joshua organization that has been doing some activism around this around the state. So yeah, the basic idea of it though is we should take into consideration nature when making decisions, and that's the idea of what the resolution would be. And the Sustainability Commission was behind it. We spent some time talking about it, but we don't have a resolution in front of us.
Okay. Thank you for that perspective. And I guess I'm going to make, depending on the outcome of the first, I'd like to make two motions. One would be a motion. It's hard because I'm looking at this, right? And it's not an actual tangible policy proposal. But under the recommendation within the committee, it's a referral to staff. Once a draft resolution is prepared, direct city staff to evaluate legal pathways, potential enforcement mechanisms, in alignment with existing environmental regulations, and to report back with implementation options. I'd like to make a motion to strike item 4, referral to staff, from the list of recommendations.
So just clarifying your intent there, Alder, so staff would not have any involvement in the drafting of the resolution?
Yeah, appreciate you poking at that a little bit more, Mayor. So here's my intent is this, and then I was going to follow up with, quite frankly, what would be another primary motion to refer this back to the Sustainability Committee and have members of the commission actually draft the resolution. So much like I did supported that for conversion therapy, I would do the same here. Because it is more of a political type of statement, I do think that members of our commission or alders can take the responsibility of that. And I don't want to go down this rabbit hole of debating a resolution that's not in front of us. But I think by eliminating that referral to staff, I can get on board with that, acknowledging that it'll be done more by volunteer efforts.
Alder Presley on that?
Those are great points, Alder Johnson, and we discussed them at the committee, and that is what we decided to go with, which is why it is to approve the Sustainability Commission proceeding. So it's not a referral to staff. We did already strike that area, but we can restrike it. But that was in our conversation. What we ended up as a motion didn't implicitly include that background information. So yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to strike it, but it was implied based on our conversation that the Sustainability Commission, members thereof, not including staff, would be the ones who would be drafting this and then bringing it back to the commission. So that is already the process that we were hoping to follow.
Okay, and I appreciate that point of clarification, but this is kind of referring to more of like enforcement mechanisms probably after the fact, right? So that's why I'd still...
Yeah, we don't want that. Sorry, not to interrupt, but that was Melissa Schmitz, the staff member on that committee, already brought that up, that's not something that we want to pursue. So that was part of the preliminary conversation, and it wouldn't be part of any resolution that we'd bring forward.
Sure.
So we can put it in, we can say it specifically, but that was the intent.
And I still appreciate that clarity in terms of intent, but this is the document that's in front of us, so but I would still make that motion to strike the referral to staff, item 4.
Second that.
Yep, Alder Johnson makes a motion. It was seconded by Alder Presley. On that, Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have I want to point, we do have the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Natural Resources that I believe already does all of these things. So to me, this is, redundant. It's doing things, they've come a long way in cleaning up the river, because I know in your, in some of the information that I read that they wanted to be specific to our waterways and our things in Green Bay, and where there's already been stuff that's already been done. So to me, it's just a duplicate effort. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Was it Alder Galvin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm eager to see the end result and the discussion that goes with it. But I am concerned, even though we are striking number 4, I am concerned, though, that if this were to go forward, that doesn't mean someone couldn't get on their soapbox and decide to file suit on behalf of the East River at some point in time. I mean, I guess I would like to have information made available to us. How do we protect ourselves from that? Because let's face it, who's going to be on the hook if there's a marsh area or wetlands or I don't know, a tree that gets cut down or damaged? We need to protect our earth and the resources that we have, but at the same time, I think we have to be careful we don't paint ourselves into a corner, and that's why I'm eager to see what you end up with. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. And apologies to Alder Prophet. I'm not sure when you pushed your button, but go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess one question too, not explicitly on the amendment, but this is the second meeting in a row now where we're discussing tabling something that's not even really tangible in front of us. It's more just a report from a commission before the commission is allowed to do the work that they want to do. Is it necessary that these items come before us before there's something more tangible to go with it? Or can these just be allowed to hang out in commission until there's something tangible for us to pass?
Kind of a procedural question for Attorney Cochart.
There isn't a timeline when things get reported out of committee, as I understand, like this item and the previous that I know we're referring to from the last meeting. Things can be held over from commission meeting to commission meeting and worked on and then reported out when they're final and ready to be adopted.
Okay, because I certainly see the value in what's before us tonight, and I would defer to some experts that we have, some really great commission members on sustainability to continue to work through it. And we don't have a tangible resolution in front of us, but I'd certainly like to see one. So I wouldn't be in favor of tabling it, of course, but thank you for the clarity on the procedural aspect of that.
All right, thanks, Alder. Alder Johnson.
And Alder Prophet, you actually got ahead of me on that because I was going to actually make this point that I think we should, as a body, try to avoid coming to the full body asking for permission, essentially, to draft a resolution to bring to a future meeting, because then we end up debating that issue multiple times at multiple meetings. And in this example, what I would recommend is that if the Sustainability Commission is going to talk about this topic, that whoever put this on the agenda in the first place actually puts it on the agenda with a draft resolution, because I think that can avoid some of the redundant conversation that's been happening.
So Alder Johnson has an amendment and a second to make it clear that item 4 of the agenda packet is not something that council would like to pursue. So with that, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that amendment succeeds.
Motion to refer to Sustainability Commission as amended.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to refer this to Sustainability Commission as amended, seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion on that. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been referred. Next up is informational building report for June 2025, included in the packet. Oh, sorry. So item 3, to approve the climate resilience work group report. Is there a motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder DeLee? Discussion on that. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been approved. Thanks for catching that, Alder. Next up is the informational item building report. We dispensed with committee of the whole. Next is resolutions. Sure. Item 1 is resolution regarding conversion therapy.
Motion to amend adding religious counseling.
Yeah, I think you can. I think we can approve as amended.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to approve as amended.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to approve as amended. That was seconded by Alder Presley. Discussion on that. We'll use the board. And this is on the amended conversion therapy resolution. And that passes 9-1. Next up is 2 resolution drawing final orders for 2 contractors for July 15th, 2025. Motion to approve by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion here? Seeing none, we'll use the board. Alder Prophet. Oh, there we go. Passes 10-0. Next is on the clean energy funding. Motion to receive and place on file made by Alder Johnson and seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion here? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That item has been received and placed on file. Next up, a resolution providing for establishing the parameters for the sale of a not to exceed $20 million water system and revenue bonds, Series 2025. Motion to approve made by Alder Johnson, seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion?
This is your moment, Brian.
Use the board.
Yours.
That passes 10-0. Looks like Alder Prophet was in the waiting room. I don't know if you saw that. Okay. Very good. Ordinances first reading.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up 1 through 5.
Alder Johnson makes a motion to suspend the rules and take up items 1 through 5 with one roll call vote, or with one vote. That was seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to advance.
Motion to advance made by Alder Johnson and seconded by Alder DeLee. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and those ordinances have been advanced to a second and final reading. Next up, quasi-judicial hearings for non-renewal of massage establishment licenses. So we'll go to Attorney Kochart to kind of lay things out for us. Yes, we can do that. How about 5 minutes? 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:16.
Recording in progress.
Hour of 8:16 having arrived, we'll get back into the agenda. So under quasi-judicial hearings, item 1 is for consideration and possible action on a request by Attorney Brian Randall to accept an appeal and request for hearing by Sunrise Spa, 503 South Military, received after the deadline. On that, Attorney Kochar?
Sure. For clarification, this will not actually proceed as a quasi-judicial hearing, but it's on the list because Attorney Randall represents a license holder that wished to appeal after council decided to non-renew. That appeal from that license holder was deemed to be late or received after the deadline from the clerk. The authority to grant or deny licenses as well as waive a notice requirement as it is today lies with council. So if you can hear from the license holder and their attorney, Mr. Randall, but again, the clerk deemed their appeal notice to be late.
Okay. And how many minutes are we permitting for?
This one I didn't limit in time because it's not a hearing, but
Okay.
if we can hear from the person no more than 5 would be consistent with the others.
Sounds good. Attorney Randall.
Knowing what else is on your agenda, I'll try to keep it less than 5. I'm Attorney Brian Randall of Amundsen Davis, 318 South Washington Street. That's our Green Bay office address. My clients are Brian and Hoa Keller. They're the owners of the building spaces where Sunrise Spa is and the owners of Sunrise Spa. Our request is that you accept the appeal and have a hearing. My understanding is it might be August 5th or a later set date. We did receive the certified letter at the business back in June. There was a death in Brian Keller's family, and my clients were out of state for that funeral in late June. So our work on the appeal process and the appeal response was later during that 10-day period. I'd note from looking at some of the other filings, we probably should have just filled out the 1-page form and submitted that, or a letter. I saw that's what some of the other attorneys did. My clients and I chose to try and include some of the supporting documentation, and that's why we were a little bit later in that 10-day period. The 10th day did fall on July 3rd, which was the eve of the Independence Day holiday weekend. Our office closed early, and it appears that the email was in my draft box or outbox or whatever it is. I didn't send it to the clerk. She flagged it for me, the clerk. I don't think she's here tonight, the actual city clerk, but very diligent municipal staff, actually answered a lot of questions and very informational. I do a lot of work in this area, and I do appreciate municipal staff that's good. So, and I think some of these emails are in the record. She reached out to me to see if it had been sent and lost in the city's files and servers. Unfortunately, it was, as I found in the drafts folder, I punched send early in the morning on July 9th, so it was several days late on July 9th. But still well in advance of this meeting, not expecting there to be a hearing on the merits this evening. We did provide some of that supplemental information. And given that this is a new ordinance and the council, per the fact sheet, does have the authority to waive the deadline, we're asking respectfully that it be waived to give us a chance on the merits and to provide that defense. I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, I don't want to overcomplicate it. It's a simple request that the council has the authority to grant, and we'd respectfully request that chance to come back before you on the merits.
Any questions for Attorney Randall from council? No? All right. Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion. Approve the request? Okay. Alder Presley makes a motion to approve the request, seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. On that, Alder Eck?
Thank you, Mayor. We denied their license, the renewal, and there were grounds for denial. It is attached in the packet. And seeing that I don't think that information is going to change, I don't know why we would extend this out any further. The owner has a charge of promoting human trafficking, performing the owner does not have a license to perform massages through Wisconsin. They advertise on illicit websites. There's the list, touching a man's genitals. We could probably talk to Lieutenant Mahoney or the chief for more specifics on that. But based on that, I just don't understand why we would belabor this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other Alder Presley?
Yeah, I don't know how I will vote when it comes before us, but they have a right to an appeal, and being 1 day late, everybody has had the times when you get something stuck in your drafts. So I don't see why we shouldn't give a hearing.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? All right, all in favor will say aye.
Mayor.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and so that request has been granted. Next, we'll go along to item 2, which is quasi-judicial hearing for a non-renewal of 2025-26 massage establishment license for Moonlight Spa, 1740 East Mason, number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll run through this quickly. I know perhaps at least one, if not a few of the alders haven't participated in a quasi-judicial hearing. I think just one. But first, we'll talk about conflicts, and I'll do that momentarily. The deputy clerk will do an oath for those individuals testifying, in particular the licensees. 3 of our 4 upcoming hearings are represented by counsel. 1 is not, just for alders' reference. Procedure will be that each party will have 5 minutes to present their testimony. Council will hear from staff first. On behalf of the city, Lieutenant Mahoney, Chief Davison, Attorney Logan Wood will provide that information, and then the petitioner will have the same equal time to speak, either themselves or represented by their attorneys. We do have time for discussion and deliberation by council. You'll note that for each hearing, there is an option to proceed into closed session. I do think closed session poses some closed with alders participating on Zoom, and so I would just suggest that I'm here to answer questions in open session if that's preferred, but we certainly can go into closed session. But if there's a choice to do so, there isn't an issue with, or we can proceed through all hearings and then go into closed session one time at the conclusion of those hearings, just for efficiency purposes. If there are questions before we begin, otherwise, we'll start with number 2. But just in general, if it's okay with alders, I'd like to take up the conflicts all as one. If you have a conflict on one of the 4, we can list them out separately. But I just need you to confirm after I ask you 2 questions. The first, that you do not have any conflicts of interest in these matters. Thank you. And then you've not received any communication from any person or party about this matter or these matters?
No. Oh, I thought you were.
Nope. So I'm sorry, Alder Hutchinson. I apologize. Mayor. I didn't mean to call you.
I didn't know what it was regarding, but it may have been someone, but I didn't respond and I didn't even read it. So.
Okay. I do think some of the elders may have received just emails in general, but I think to the extent there were communications provided, they were all provided in the packet.
Thanks, Alder.
Okay, then I think we can proceed on the Mayor on the first hearing on number 2.
Okay, very well.
Hi, my name is Qing Liu. I'm an owner. 1740 East Mason.
Just 1 second, sorry. Oh, swearing in.
Yes, but the city has their 5 minutes first, and then the petitioner can respond. And I should mention we also have an interpreter here for the petitioner. And this is the licensee that does not have counsel.
Got it. So, Attorney Wood will go first.
Lieutenant Mahoney. And
Lieutenant Mahoney.
No, 5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes, Lieutenant.
Okay, thank you. The reason the Green Bay Police Department recommended denial of the renewal of this license is they violated Section 1095 sub G sub 1 sub C. The licensee had 2 instances where they violated a provision of the code. They also violated 1095 sub G sub 1 sub D. There were advertisements on various sites that involve sexual acts or conduct.
Lieutenant Mahoney, if you could just pause occasionally so that interpretation could take place.
I'm sorry.
No. I'll direct.
Is the information written somewhere that he could have it in front of him?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, there's the memo that was in the packet.
Okay.
But I did find out some more information from a site that I do have that I could give him. And I also have a copy for all the alders as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder.
guess I'll hand this out to all the elders. It's something that we found after, it's not in your packet.
Could you just make sure the interpreter and the petitioner get one? Thank you.
That's right.
The information that was in your packet came from a site called Adult Search, and in that it listed that massage parlor as an erotic massage parlor in the city of Green Bay. Then we went to a site called usasexguide.nl, and in that, from March of 2024, a patron there talked about things on the menu, which is a handy. In our world, we determined, or we know that is to performing a sexual gratifying act where the therapist physically touches the male's genitalia to give him pleasure. So based on the citations and also what we found online, that was the reason we are recommending non-renewal of this application.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. Any questions for Lieutenant Mahoney from council? All right, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, Alder Stevens, go ahead.
what information did the lieutenant hand out to the body?
Would you like me to read it? I mean,
Sure, go ahead, Lieutenant.
okay.
And Lieutenant, thank you for speaking clearly into the microphone. We can hear you as clear as day.
I get that from my dad. Alder Stevens, I went to a website called usasexguide.nl where a patron posted a review or a message about Moonlight where it was titled Revisited Moonlight. And the blog or the post was, I hadn't been there since they were on the west side, so I thought I'd try them again. Had Nina, not very old, very pleasant. The massage was very good. On the flip, the only thing on the menu was a handy. 130 total for an average experience. I don't plan on returning. And that's all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks again, Lieutenant. Oh, we have a question. Alder Hutchison?
Okay, there's two instances where there is a violation of the code 10-95G1C. And it says, I think under number 3 of criteria, that the owner was cited and found guilty of violation of massage therapy work. And then the next bullet was cited and found guilty of operating massage bodywork without a license and in violation of massage regulations. So they were found guilty. Does that mean it was in court and they were convicted, or were they just found guilty by process?
No, they were found guilty in Green Bay Municipal Court of those violations.
So it was a court guilt. So it was a verdict.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? All right, thanks again.
My name is Qin Liu, my owner, 1740 East Mason.
I'm sorry, we need to do the oath.
So if I could have you raise your right hand, please, and affirm with a yes or no. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth?
Yes. Can I speak? So, my name is Qin Liu. I'm an owner, 1740 East Mason. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. So, I don't have time to take care of my business. I have been sick for the last 18 months. I put the business in my husband's hands to take care. We don't not do a very good job. So I would like the city members to give me one more chance to get the business license. I know I can do much better this time. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any questions from council? Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not going to do any follow-up, just if there's any remaining questions from the alders for either party.
Cool. Any remaining questions from alders? No?
Again,
Right.
they can deliberate now and vote, or if they choose to go into closed session, but if they'd like to do closed session, maybe we could do that at the end
Okay.
for all of them.
Just to stress, we do not, obviously it's allowed under state statute to go into closed session. We do not have to do that. So if people are prepared to vote now or discuss now, we can do that. Yes, Alder Galvin.
I'd prefer to move forward with this. We just got done with that. That way we're not trying to cross-reference information over different cases. And I don't have a problem staying in open session. This is all public record. We're not discussing, anything about legal strategy or anything else like that. We're just discussing what the facts were that were presented to us.
Yeah, agreed. So a motion would be in order. If Alder Eck makes a motion to deny, is there a second? Seconded by Alder Ritterbusch. Discussion on that motion?
I think the evidence is clear, and it hasn't changed since our original denial. In fact, there's been more added to it, so I stand with the denial.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Any other thoughts, Alder Hutchison?
The fact that the owner was found guilty and convicted, I think, falls in line with a reason why we would not allow it to provide an appeal. So I would go with that vote.
Okay, thanks, Alder. Anything else, Alder Hinkle?
Thanks, Mayor. The only thing that I would add is this goes back to March of 2021. So I think it's an easy, we've got regulations discussed. So I'm in support of tonight.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Alder. Anything else? All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that appeal has been denied. So next up is item 3, quasi judicial hearing for non-renewal for 2025-26 massage establishment license for East Spa, 1235 South Military.
Okay, for this one, we recommended denial or non-renewal for violating section 10-95 sub G, sub 1, sub D, where the establishment has advertised for massage therapy that involves sexual acts or contact with intimate parts. In your agenda packet, you saw where I highlighted East Spa. That showed up on a website called rubsguide.com. You can see on the packet or in the packet in the pictures, there's various photographs that I won't go into detail. The one that was not blacked out was the actual East Spa site or what they were advertising. And that's where that the fourth page where you see all the young ladies with the phone number across the bottom. That phone number is associated with East Spa. It's a phone number on their application. So based off that, with that advertising, what they're showing, that we recommended the non-renewal. There were also some other websites. Let me see here. One called Skip the Games, where you see more photographs of young ladies with that phone number advertising various services. So based on what we saw online and the photographs, that's the evidence we have to recommend non-renewing the license.
Thanks, Lieutenant. Hold on, Alder Hinkles. Go ahead.
And that phone number goes directly to
Yeah, that's the
that
phone.
site.
That's the phone number that they submitted on their application for the eSpa. The application, the renewal application that they submitted this year was 920-264-2134, which is the phone number you see in the packet.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one question.
Yeah, Alder Stevens, then Alder Galvin.
Lieutenant, did you by chance call that number directly?
I personally did not.
Has anybody in the police department?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Mahoney, so you're saying that the applicant has a criminal history, convicted of a crime related to prostitution, sexual offenses, drug-related offenses, crimes against person or property, or a felony in all of that, or some of it, or one of it?
On this one, no. They passed that. We were basing it on the advertising of sexual acts or contact with intimate parts.
Which number is that there?
It should be sub G1D. Lieutenant Ayers was the one that typed up the memo, so I'm basing it off his memo.
That's correct.
Attorney Kochar confirms that.
That was just, so it's just the advertising.
Correct.
That's all we're using for denial, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Alder Eck.
Thank you.
There's also listed in it that there was it was an allegation reported to the Green Bay Police Department of inappropriate touching of genitals and further sexual favors. So that is on there.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else from council for Lieutenant Mahoney? Yep, go ahead, Alder Presley.
Mr. Mayor, is this something that somebody could have put on that site for them? Do we have any knowledge that they themselves put up that advertisement?
There's no way of tracking down who put that information up on the site. From doing these backgrounds over the past year, most places, if that phone number was up on a site, it literally took me probably about 30 seconds to type in the phone number and it popped up on the site. Other businesses would want to remove that phone number off the site. So there's no way of knowing if they placed it or someone else placed it, but with the totality of the number of different places the phone number was on there, that's why we had concern to bring to you folks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? All right, thanks again.
Are we allowed to ask questions of the officer?
You have the opportunity to speak now.
All right. Do we have an opportunity to ask him any questions?
Attorney
Questions of the officer? No.
Yeah. No.
You can state. You can make your statement now. This is Attorney.
Attorney Scott Connors, I'm representing the applicant. That's Mary Hull.
Yeah. This.
Mary Hull.
Yeah.
All right, I'll start off. I don't know if I want her to testify or not, but I listened to what the officer said. There's really been no investigation whatsoever. There's an investigation that shows that there's websites that have used her phone number, used her address. I've heard the testimony, or I've heard the statement made by the officer that these are known sex sites. I've looked at some of the documents and some of the things that are provided to me. I don't have everything that you have, but I looked at them and I didn't notice anything that I would say that made these sites illegal per se. Now, we're not even saying that she had any involvement in placing these ads, but she has no complaints, no citation. She's trying to run her own business. These pictures are obviously not this lady. She's been operating this business for years. What she's telling me, what she'll testify to, is that she was contacted by, I'm going to use the word grifters. What they do is they try to get money from folks like this. They say, we can increase your business. They try to sign her up on a contract. They post it on a number of different sites. It's not an excuse. English is not her first language. I can even give you an example of one of the things that he said. Skip the games. Skip the games. What does that mean in Chinese? You come someone up here and you say, here's a website, skip the games. What does that mean to them? We can't do this in a vacuum. These are people that don't know English. They're caught, they're put into this position. No investigation was done. He made statements as to calls that he made, checked on the numbers. How about this? It was mentioned. Why doesn't he just call her? Ask her what's going on. He could have sent a cop over to see if this in fact is going on. Didn't do it. If this is the only thing they have, I don't know how you can go forward trying to take this livelihood away from this woman. She is the only person that works in this shop. She doesn't have a collection of girls. She certainly doesn't have any of the girls that they have in these cartoonish type websites. This is the woman. This is the woman that does massage. This is hard work. She does it soloing. So, given what I've heard, like I said, I can't believe we could take away this woman's license, given what evidence we have. Now, there was a mention, was brought up also, of a nameless witness. No citation, nothing. Said he didn't want to get involved. Something that happened maybe 2 years ago. Another very nebulous, vague accusation, again, balanced against the taking of the livelihood. This is the only way of life she knows. It just doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, I'm going to skip having her testimony. I'll tell you what she told me. And if you want to ask her questions, I guess we could open it up to her. She said, again, that she was contacted by somebody trying to increase her business. They told her, you need to increase your business. She paid them money, lots of money. She was paying them $300 a month. She didn't get copies of the website. She didn't get copies of anything that they gave her. She got to the point where she said, this is not working. She said, what I wanted and what I did here is I wanted Google. I wanted some Google referrals. She canceled them about 3 months ago. She's paying $60 a month for Google to help her get some advertising. That's all we got. You want to ask her questions? You want to talk?
Sir, we would just have to swear her in if she'd
Okay.
like to speak.
Yes. My name is Lan.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth?
我发誓我的见证给的是对的。
Yes, she does. Go ahead. 你讲你的名字出来，那么你
My name is Lan. I work and the owner the East Spa, the East Spa at 1235 South Military Avenue.
那么你讲什么东西？
我要说我工作那里只有1年半的时间。
在那边是1年半。Okay, she said she only worked at that place for 1.5 years.
上个月我听说就是这个更新营业执照的事情，关于到广告的事情，所以说我原来是不知道这个东西是违法的。
Okay, only a month ago she heard about this licensing and things like that, and she did not know that. Okay. Let me. Okay, she said she worked there for 1.5 years only, and only a month ago, she found out that those things is in violation of city ordinance and things like that. Okay,
是的，所以我在3个月前已经更正了这个广告的范畴。
Okay.
而且我的目的只是为了 Google 和 Yelp 的维护。
Google 还有
YELP.
What? Oh yeah, okay. And after she found out, she said she tried to correct this mistake or something, and her intention was to place advertisement with the Google and Yelp, YELP.
如果这个因为这件事情不给指导，我很遗憾，但是我很高兴，我今天可以在这里申诉这件事情。
if she's denied with the motion because she feels she's going to be feel regretted, but she said she's happy she can come out and speak about this for herself.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. Time.
I don't think I have anything more to add.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Questions here. Alder Presley first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just confirm she's the only employee and the owner of the spot?
他问你只是一个人在那边工作，还有其他人吗？还是
偶尔会有 part time，基本都是我自己。
Okay. Most of the time it's only her, and sometimes she get a part-time worker.
Okay, so at most two.
Who is next? Alderic.
Okay, and it's along the same lines of Alder Presley, because on the website it says, or one of the sites says you're open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. That's 12 hours. And I will say that there was one day that I did stop in to your building, and there were 2 other women there. So there were 3 people altogether.
他看到你的广告说9点。
This was a while ago.
说看见广告9点到早上到晚上9点，那么有一阵时间已经过了，他有到你的店，那么发现到有3个女人在那边工作。
一直都是我自己。
OK， 你可以问是说那个。
其中在24年September 24。
Okay.
我去中国了，那个时候有2个人在工作，其他时间都是我自己。
Okay. She said she usually by herself working that place, and in September of 2024, she went to China for how long?
About 22 days.
About 22 days in China back in September 2024. And
No,
then,
never know 3 people work there. So. 最多就只有2个人。
Okay, she said at the most, probably 2 people working in that place.
Yeah.
Well, there were 3 at the day that I stopped, and it was actually 2 years ago. So, like I said, it's been a while. But it is a 12-hour period. That's a long time for one person.
Okay, she said 2 years ago she wasn't in that situation. I mean, she wasn't in that business.
Okay,
You know, clarification, she said that she owned the business for a year and a half.
Yes, thank you.
All right, that's it. Your Honor, excuse me, Board, I just want to say briefly, she's tried to comply with everything that she's been asked to do. She's making an effort. If you think that a suspension could be had here to further stress to her the importance of following the rules that she's going to have to learn, and that means the code that was cited by the department, I could ask that as an alternative. Again, I'm just trying to see what I can do to make sure that she can maintain her livelihood. That's all I have here. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Gallo.
Yeah, Attorney Koshert, is there a rebuttal? No rebuttal. All right.
Just questions. If you have questions of either party, you can ask all the questions you'd like to.
All right, Lieutenant Mahoney. All we have is, for sure we know that the advertising, online advertising, that was advertising sexual acts, and then the pictures that went along with it. That's what we have with her phone number on it.
Yes.
We never called though to see if anyone at that business actually answered that phone number.
No.
And we don't know for sure if she even knew that existed.
No.
All right. And then we have a person who allegedly went in there and had an illegal sex act performed on him.
That is why in the memo that was presented before you, we listed our criteria, but the grounds for recommending denial was just based on the ads. The alleged sex act we look into, but that it causes us to investigate, or an ongoing investigation, but that was not one of the reasons. What we're claiming she violated was the Advertisement of Sex Act, using the phone number that she provided us for the business, that it's the same phone number that's on all these other websites.
All right. So our investigation produced nothing else other than what we have right here in front of us.
Correct.
Did she give information that she was paying for advertising?
That I do not know.
That's not contained in the report that you have?
No, it's not. When we do our background check, when we see that advertising, no, we don't contact her to see if they're paying for it or not. It's out there on the web.
Okay, we didn't do any kind of a sting operation?
No.
Okay.
No, our city attorney and or the district attorney advised us they would not be prosecuting, trying to do the type of sting operation, sending in an officer undercover.
Sure. All right, and then Alder Eck, you said you were there 2 years ago, so that was outside actually the year and a half she claims to have owned it. Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I did have my hand up online. Just a quick question.
Alder Profit and then Alder Eck.
Just a quick question for Attorney Kochart. Because we're following the quasi process, is this it still doesn't change our ordinance, correct? If the applicant were to change phone number advertising for their website, they could, in theory, reapply with a new application that would wipe that clean. And then because we're in a quasi, I guess I just want clarification is if there is a limitation to when the applicant could reapply.
As the ordinance is today, if this licensee is denied and maybe seeks to resolve some of these issues, they can certainly reapply for a new license with a new phone number or whatever they'd like to change.
Thank you.
Who's on? Alder Eck.
The attorney indicated that he knew that there was it is pornography that is associated with the phone number and the address, the entire business, and it's on more than one site. I guess where do we? It's in our ordinance that you're not allowed to do that, and that's a real tough one. When you say, well, who paid for it? Who is responsible for it? There wasn't. We could ask Lieutenant Mahoney. Did they reach out to Lieutenant Mahoney and say, "There's this advertisement that is being shown online, and we don't have anything to do with it, and they're trying to get money from us," or anything like that? But we all have this, and it's very explicit, and it's on more than one website.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Galvin.
The problem I'm having with this is, and this is an issue, I'm very happy with the ordinance that we've enacted. I just think maybe it needs some tweaking, or maybe our investigation needs to be more thorough in the future. I'm having a very hard time. We don't even know if she was aware that these pictures were on the internet. We're not aware if she really knew what she was paying for with this advertising that she allegedly was getting. I'm having a hard time coming to a decision to deny a license based on what we have here. I mean, I'm happy with what we're doing. I'm happy with what the police department is doing in investigating this, but this is thin. I mean, this definitely would indicate that we should be doing more investigation on this individual. And if this is all we have at the end of the investigation, I can't get behind it.
Thanks, Alder. Additional comments? Alder Presley?
I'll just echo what Alder Galvin said. There's not enough here for me to justify removing the license. There's pictures of 20 random women on this website. This doesn't seem like something. It looks like spam to me. It looks like it was a malicious act by somebody trying to take advantage of somebody rather than this individual actively trying to advertise her spa in this way. It doesn't add up to me. So I don't think we should go through with the non-renewal.
Okay. Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkfist?
I just want to say I concur with Bill and with Alder Galvin and Alder Presley. There's a lot out there, and the city just had a perfect example of billing $5,000 for something that wasn't done. So we just don't know how it got out there. and to not have anything actually on the premise, it's difficult.
Alder Delete.
Yeah, I don't. The previous ones we've looked at have a lot more backbone to them than this, and I think that there needs to be some more structure than someone paying for advertising and their number being associated an address. Anyone can put that up for advertising and take people's money. So I'm not for this one.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Eck again.
I guess I just go back to, in our ordinance, it does not allow this, and it's happening. You're responsible for your business. It is it's the phone number that is on the application. It's not a different phone number. So it's where do we have the responsibility lie? These are, these pictures are way worse than the others that we've seen. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Anything else? We're still looking for a motion. Alder Galvin.
I'll make a motion to approve the license.
Alder Galvin makes a motion to approve the license. Is there a second for it? Second. Sorry. Delete. Alder Delete.
Grant the appeal.
On the motion. Any comments? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it, and that license is approved. On to item 4, quasi-judicial hearing for non-renewal of 2025-26 massage establishment license for VIP Spa at 842 South Military Avenue.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, for this establishment, VIP, we recommended non-renewal for violating section 1095 sub G sub 1 sub C. The licensee had one instance where they violated a provision of the code. They were cited for violation of massage regulations. There were multiple violations there. They had 2 signs lit up. They had no proof of insurance. They're not keeping a ledger of employee information. The citation is still pending. I believe there's a final pretrial next week, and the final court hearing is August 18th of 2025. We're just passing this information along to you. As for the multiple violations, we just wrote 1 citation, but there were multiple violations. And with the ordinance being as new as it was, that they should be up on being able to follow the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Alder Galvin.
So they got 1 citation.
1 citation for multiple violations.
Why wouldn't we cite for every violation?
Because our job is not to be punitive. If we could write the citation to gain compliance, that's what we would like. But due to the total number of them, when it came to renewal season, we're just providing you this information as the alders to make the decision on whether to grant the renewal or not.
All right. And on what page can I find the multiple violations that were cited?
I would have to pull up the report.
Well, I mean, we have here application, massage renewal denial letter, military SIG verification. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was notified today that the wrong letter was accidentally put down for this one. I do have my copy. I would have made copies for all the alders.
Okay, so what violations do we have then?
What they violated, they had 2 signs lit up. They had no proof of insurance for the business. And they had no ledger with the employee information, which is required by the ordinance.
Okay. And what was do you know what the citation, you know what the fine was on the citation?
I believe it's right around $800 to $1,000.
The max fine.
Correct.
Okay. And Now, this is something a little bit more than like the last one we had. We had, 2 sign violations, no insurance, no ledger for the employees. And then, is there any past history?
When we did our background check, we did not find any. When we first started doing these last year, we only used through the state of Wisconsin. Now we use a thing called ID Core that could check nationally. So we did not find any past history.
Okay. And this is multiple employees at this business?
Yeah, on the application, there was the owner who does not have a therapist license. His employee does, and they're valid through February of 2027.
All right. But you said there was no ledger.
Correct.
So we don't know if there were more employees or not, or do we know if there were more employees?
That we do not know.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Good evening. Oh, do I need to be sworn in or no?
No,
Okay.
you do not. The applicant would need to be if you.
Thank you. Just making sure. I appreciate it. Good evening. My name is Attorney Brent Eisburn. I represent the VIP Spa. I believe that what has been passed out to you is a packet of information here, and I'd like to address this. Unfortunately, the last page is the picture of the front of his spa when he received the 2 sign violations. We can see there's the one lighted massage sign, and the other sign that he was cited for was when he opened the business and he turned on the open sign. Now, going back and listening to when this ordinance was adopted, I believe the purpose behind the only one lighted sign is to make sure the windows aren't all lit up like Times Square. He had the business saying it was open. I suppose it is a hyper-technical violation. He no longer lights that sign, so there is only one lighted sign. So that is the reason for the sign citation. With the insurance, when he applied for the renewal, he submitted his updated insurance policy. The issue, I believe, was that it wasn't posted on his business. It has since been posted. I provided you last year's insurance and this year's insurance policy for that. Then finally, when we talk about the staff information, he owns the business under the ordinance. He is not required to have a massage therapy license unless he is actually giving massages. His employee is. It's a 1099 employee, validly licensed in the state of Wisconsin. And occasionally he has another 1099 employee or contractor, and their IDs are provided here. And is another sheet with their start dates when they started working there. The issue for this came when the investigator showed up. The employee was there. English, I think it's safe to say, is not her first language. In fact, she does not speak much English at all. She did not know where the folder with this information was. He has since posted it so every employee knows where the information is. If they're asked for it, here you go. You have it. The insurance policy itself is pinned on the wall. That is the totality of the citations we have. I understand that the ordinance, in technicality, having the open sign lit up when he was open, he now has 2 lighted signs. I don't believe that was the purpose of the ordinance. He is cited for it right now, but I don't think, again, removing his ability to own a business, to employ contracted employees, the 2 of them that are there, should be outright denied by the city of Green Bay. I think that with this case, it was a very hyper-technical reading of the ordinance, and I'm an attorney. I get very hyper-technical in ordinances, so I understand it. But I think going back to the purpose of the ordinance and the alleged violations that have occurred, I just don't think that this is grounds for denying a renewed license. Again, the city in his renewal had his updated insurance information. You need to have that to apply for the license or to renew the license. It's now posted up there. Same thing with the employee handbook. It is now clearly identifiable and all of his employees know exactly where to find it. So if an investigator does come in there in the future, even if they don't speak English, if they say, get me the file, that employee will be able to hand over the file containing the information needed. So again, having watched the history of this council and having served on a city council before in Sun Prairie, I think I understand that you all are trying to do the best for your community to keep it improved. And watching when this ordinance was discussed and passed, I think there were some reasons people could pick up on as to why this ordinance is needed in Green Bay. And shutting down this business, I don't think is the reason that ordinance was in effect. So with that, I have nothing further to say. I don't believe testimony from my client who is going to say the same thing will matter. So if you have any questions, I open myself up to them.
All right, any questions? Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. Because we had kind of we have some in, the packet that was handed to us and then some online. So I'm trying to piece this together. So there's a Chen An Lin. I probably am not good at saying the pronunciation. Does she have, let's see, it indicates there's a PDF showing that she has a Wisconsin license.
Yes.
But I don't see one for.
So we're going to have to swear in your client if
I'm sorry.
Would like to speak.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed that that she has the same address as you.
Yes, I have two-room apartment, and then she has been not hiring, but it's more like a corporation. So because our future plan is that for me to have a license, and then I will have my girlfriend have license. But in the meantime, since we don't, so we will have someone that have license to work here, and then we get a hold of her, and then since she used to be in California, so I was I just rent a room to you. That's why I have the address. She has a room in there.
Okay, and then there's forgive me, Zhu.
Yes. She's more like a part time because one person cannot work forever, right? So she's sort of like a backup.
Okay, because we don't. She's not listed on the application, and then showing that she also has a license. At least I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, since I believe based on the what's it called the. No, I mean based on the requirement to apply license, we have to have someone to have a license. So I did not put her name because I sort of meet the minimal requirements. If needed, I could put her name on there.
Well, according to our ordinance, anybody that is performing massage therapy has to have a license through the state, and it has to be posted and match those who are there doing the massages.
Yeah, that's why we have the ledger, and then in the future, and then so that's why we keep it in the future. That's not something we're missing, but yeah.
Can I answer the question? Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Just to ensure nothing's lost in translation,
Yes.
and I didn't mean to make that pun. I apologize. Both of these women have massage therapy licenses. He only put one on the application because that is the one who works there the vast majority of the time. But when the part-time worker comes in, she also is licensed in the state of Wisconsin.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking for the because we did not apply, but she does have a Wisconsin massage
Okay,
license. It's
and
posted on the wall.
it's my understanding that that should be in the application as well. If you have more than one person that is performing massage therapy. I can. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, discussion from council? Or a motion? Alder Eck, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could I just have Lieutenant Mahoney reiterate their reasons for recommending denial, only because we don't have it in front of us, so I'm trying to keep notes here.
Yeah.
We were recommending the denial because of the citation that was issued, the multiple violations. And yes, Alder Eck, you are correct. all your employees or anyone performing massage therapy is required per ordinance to have their name on there so we could conduct the background check on that person as well. So based on all the violations that were there, yes, we only wrote one citation, but the amount of them, and that is why we're recommending the denial of the renewal application.
Okay, and what were those again?
It was, they had the, sorry, they had 2 signs lit up. They had no proof of insurance and no ledger with the employee information on it.
Okay, and have you been back there since then to check on the proof of insurance and the ledger?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments? Alder Galvin.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm supposed to have insurance with me when I'm driving my motor vehicle. I get in a car accident. The officer asks to see it. I said, geez, I've got it. I can't find it. Do I get a ticket? If I get a ticket and I bring you the insurance card and it turns out I had it, do I still get the ticket or do I get a pass?
Well, you know the answer to that. It depends.
Right.
Can you be cited for it? Absolutely. Can the citation be issued and the judge later drop the citation? Yes.
Absolutely. Okay.
Attorney Wood.
I would just note the answer to your question. I would just note that the answer to your question is in the state statutes, and so that's not an ordinance. But if you do provide that insurance card after the fact, if it shows that you had coverage during that time, then there would be no citation. But that's prescribed by state statute.
Right, and that's in the statute. Right,
Yep.
exactly. And that's why as we're going through this, I'm having some difficulties with this. I get the 2 signs, but one says massage, one says open. I mean, that's 2 signs. It's technically a violation, but if they had one sign that said open massages, or something like that, it's I don't know, but they didn't have insurance posted, but they did show it later on that they had it. Correct?
They did not show, I don't know if they gave it to the clerk's office. They did not come to anyone at the PD saying they had the insurance.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. The ledger, you're saying that any employee, one who's doing massages, has to have a state license.
Correct.
And those licenses have to be in the ledger?
The display or in the ledger, so we know who is in the establishment performing a service. They need to keep track of those employees. So when we do our check, we're able to ascertain who's actually employed there. And then we'll check to see if they have a massage license, if they're actually should be performing a service. Because if they don't have the license, then yes, they could be cited for performing without a license. The ledger is meant to help keep track of employees. So when we do our checks, it makes it easier or more efficient to know who's actually working there. Are they licensed by the state? Should they be performing a service on a client?
Okay. So right now, I open a massage parlor. I don't have a license. I'm just running the business. I hire a person, A. They get a state license. So my job is to have a copy of that license and then a ledger with their name and contact information. So if you walk in and you say, who is this? I go, this is A. And then I can say, here's a copy of her state issued license and here's her information in the ledger. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then if A has to go on vacation, I can hire B and I go through the same process. So anytime you go in there, anyone that's in there that's actually working as a masseuse or a massage therapist has to have that information available to the officers when they walk in.
Correct.
Not later.
Correct.
Not the next week or
Correct.
when they're applying for their license.
Yes, the ordinance requires that it be there.
All right. Thank you very much.
Other comments? Questions?
Yeah, I had a quick follow-up question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lieutenant Mahoney, I know we've talked to many of these at committee level, and I think maybe early last year you were providing us with some dates of those check-ins at those businesses. Would you happen to know? You said they were cited in April of 2025. I was able to find the attachment from the previous council that we discussed this. Was the owner present at the time of that citation being given? Would you happen to know that?
That I do not know. I would have to look up the case when the citation was issued to see if it was issued in person or mailed.
Okay. Because yeah, I do know there's been a lot of education that has been done prior to the issuing of citations for these establishments, but in this case, I think this is maybe one of the first ones I recall where the owner themselves wasn't one of the licensed therapists. So just a little intrigued by that fact if they were present or not.
Alder Hutchison.
That was the answer.
Okay. Alder DeLee.
When you look at this insurance, this liability insurance that we got presented, you look at both pages of the certificate of liability, and it's dated 4/19/2024, and then 4/21/2025. So is this policy through the whole year, or was it taken out after they were cited for something? That's what I'm kind of wondering.
You're asking for the date of the citation, or
No, yeah, like when the citation happened, or how, like it. I don't see a span of the year on the policy. It shows 4/19/2024. Is it just rolling over then on 4/21/2025? So it was the whole year.
I can approach the podium.
Thank you. If you look to the bottom on the left side of the column, it has A, professional liability. If you scroll, or I guess move over 3-4 columns, you'll see the policy effective date and the policy expired.
Okay, I see it down there now. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Seeking a motion. Attorney Wood.
If I may also just add that it's not that the applicant must keep a ledger, they also must identify that there's changes to the ledger within 10 days to the city clerk. So it's not just a reactive measurement, it is a proactive requirement of the applicant. So it's not just so when an officer comes in that they provide this information, they are supposed to be proactively providing this information.
Could you? I didn't catch it. You 10 days. What was
Correct.
that about 10 days?
Under the regulations of the operations and licenses under 1095 F1L, it says that the licensee shall report any change of fact required on the application form. One of the requirements is who are your massage therapist, and all personnel changes to the city clerk within 10 days of such change. So it's not just a be ready in case someone comes in. It is a proactive requirement that you must identify when those changes occur.
So you're not scrambling after the fact. You're doing it before the fact.
Correct.
Is the and that's just the city clerk that has that information. She doesn't pass it on to the police department for any reason, does she? And if you don't know,
I don't know what the clerk does, but
Right.
I would imagine that they do communicate that there are changes with the application, and then PD might do a background investigation if that's necessary.
All right, and I don't know if anyone here knows from the clerk's office or Lieutenant Mahoney knows, but when these people are applying for this license, are they given like a packet with all the do's and don'ts or the must-haves that the city requires?
So Clerk Jeffries is on the line. If you can hear us, Clerk Jeffries.
I can speak to what I know. What I know is that the clerk is trying to do proactive outreach to these applicants. I do believe that would probably be one of the things to identify that there is an ordinance. These are some of the things that you're required to do. Here are some common things that might happen. I do believe that those are efforts that are undertaken, but I can't speak specifically.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Now we can.
Okay. Yes, I was listening to the meeting, so I had to unmute myself. Thank you, Your Honor. So what happens is we are that application is online, and when someone comes and applies, we basically direct them online. On our portal, there is a link to the ordinance, and I know that for some of the people coming in, especially in this second year, I did provide the information online in Google Translate to Mandarin Chinese. And then I also did send a renewal email to the people that we had last year, also giving the link to the application as well as the ordinance. The ordinance is not translated into Mandarin Chinese, but that renewal notice that I sent out was.
All right, thank you. It sounds like
You're welcome.
you're being very thorough with this.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you.
When there's a violation around that ledger reporting, is there a warning that comes along with it, or is it just you violated, therefore the recommendation is going to be non-renewal? Like how does that work when you're in violation of a piece of the ordinance?
We cite, and based on the number of violations, that's why we were recommending the non-renewal. Through this year in this process, it wasn't, our goal was to get everyone into compliance. So when the ordinance was first enacted, we went to every single massage place that we knew about, talked to them saying you need to get the license. Here are the requirements for the license. After we did that, then we went back and did some spot checking, some random spot checking on places. And at that time, even if they weren't in compliance, we still didn't cite them for it. We then said, hey, you have your license, you're still in violation. Here's what the ordinance is making you do, is what's guiding you. Then after the third time, after letting everyone know, after educating, then when we're doing our spot checks now, we're to the point where we did as much as we could to help them understand what the ordinance is. Now it's on them. I realize English might not be their first language, but we did as much as we could do as the police department to help get them in compliance without citing right off the bat. So that's why we took our time. We tried doing education. We put out social media. We tried talking to as many places as we could, but now we're at the point where they should know what the ordinance is because it's now been over a year, and we have done our outreach to them to try and help them since the ordinance was so new.
So when you mention numerous violations, particularly around the ledger, do you know how many times we showed up for that and gave warnings?
No, when I said numerous violations, when we walked in, the officers saw numerous, not just the ledger, the two signs was.
Okay, so one visit, numerous violations.
Numerous things violating the ordinance in that one visit. So
okay, so there wasn't really a warning, if you will, around the ledger.
Not at that time.
Because the ledger to me feels like probably the most germane, right? I mean, is the sign related to the city's sign code, or is it related to this particular ordinance?
It's related to this ordinance.
Okay. Okay.
Other questions, comments, motions?
Yeah, sorry, Elder Prophet here online again. I will
Yeah.
just say, I mean, as I'm sitting here reading through, it's a very comprehensive ordinance, and English is my first language. So when we are looking at some of these who have licensees or violations of illicit crimes, that holds to me a different severity than some two signs lit. And the ledger portion is kind of buried in there, and I know it's their responsibility, but I'm also on the clerk's website trying to fill out a application myself, and the ordinance PDF link is broken. It's a broken link, and it's not translatable into any other languages, and it's a robust ordinance for anyone it is their first language. So I'm looking at this one in a different light. I mean, when there's actual crimes associated with individuals, that carries a much deeper weight to me than, again, some signage and some staffing, which absolutely needs to be rectified. But I feel like we have to be a little empathetic to our website not being the most convenient for someone whose first language is not English, and they want to have a business in our community. And I think that they should be allowed that opportunity. So just my thoughts.
Thanks, Alder. Yeah, Attorney Kochart.
Just really quick on the ordinance, I just want to remind the alders, this ordinance was just passed, and I realize it was in the last session, so not everybody was an alder at the time, but it was adopted by this body, and I would recommend not picking and choosing what portions of the ordinance you choose to enforce, because then the option is really to repeal the portions of the ordinance that you don't want to enforce, because what I hear sort of taking place is picking and choosing which of these requirements we choose to enforce and not enforce, and I just want to be mindful of this in any other ordinance, that when you pick and choose portions of it, it makes the other portions really ineffective as well. So to say that because we have 4 hearings here tonight, to pick and choose what we enforce for all of them, it just sets ourselves up for an inconsistency and probably an argument that our process is arbitrary. Just a mindful comment to all about the ordinance.
Thanks, Attorney Kochart. Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant Mahoney has made it clear that there's been a lot of education. I know I've been involved in the process, so I know that it has been. They've tried their hardest to get that education out there before moving forward to giving any citations. And out of respect for that and for our ordinance, I'm going to make a motion to deny their appeal based on the PD's recommendation.
Okay, Alder Eck makes a motion to deny. Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Alder Galvin. Discussion on the motion, Alder Hutchison.
Okay, in lieu of what the attorney just said, I would like to enlighten the newer members of council. I was the lone vote against this, and I took a lot of heat politically from my candidate who I ran against that I was anti-woman. What I was against was the attorney's office was directed to make an ordinance where they could close down illegal facilities. And they did a really good job. They did a really good and thorough job of many ways that you can close down these facilities, okay? What I saw, though, it's really overregulation of a business. And I could foresee what's happening here. And I think the attorney's absolutely right. We're kind of picking and choosing, but that's the nature of this code, what we're trying to deal with. It's very thorough, and there's many ways that you can close someone down. So I can actually see why we're kind of picking and choosing, because we're going to have to edit this. There's going to be an edit. I've had a number of alders say in front of me, we got to edit this, and that's true, to make it more workable, straightforward, so we don't have to have these long conversations. Okay. So I think the fact that we are kind of, in a sense, picking and choosing is the nature of the beast. Okay. If we're going to go with this ordinance the way it's written, then there should be a lot of closures, or maybe a lot of closures based on the fact how it's written. If we want to look ahead and see an edited version that's way more concise, way more easier to understand, way more black and white, enables our law enforcement to deal with it more straightforward, I think that's coming down the way, okay? We need this ordinance. I think it needs to be edited. So I just want to make that plain, and for the newer people here, okay? That's why we're dealing with this like this, okay? Thank you.
And just to note, we should really try to zero in on the. I appreciate the context, but we need to zero in on the issue.
Motion.
On the issue before us, Chief Davis.
Yeah, just to echo Attorney Kochart's statement earlier, and just to try to provide some context around the police department's role. So council gave us direction in the form of this ordinance, and I was here also for the political process by which we arrived at this ordinance. but it puts us in a very difficult position of trying to figure out which parts of this ordinance you want us to put more weight on or enforce or look at differently. And, you know, as we have to review all of these applications every year when they come in, and then when we have to look at renewals, it is very difficult. It's impossible for us to divine the council's will. That's what we use the ordinance for. And so, you know, we share all the same concerns for legitimate businesses in our community. There are some concerns, some pretty serious concerns with this one that I think we've articulated for you tonight, but I would say it makes our job almost impossible if, when we present you a set of facts and make a recommendation based on those facts, if we don't have clarity beyond what's in the plain language of the ordinance to make that recommendation. That's you're asking us to do something that is almost impossible then.
Thanks, Chief. Other comments? Alder Ritterbusch, then Hinkvis.
I'm the new guy coming in, and I understand I got to learn a little bit more about ordinances, but an establishment where I can see there's sexual activity, I think that's absolutely horrible. This kind of seems like record keeping. It should be done correctly. I'm not making any excuses for that, but you know, they did correct the action. They put it back up on the wall. They're making it readily available at the present time. So I just can't see shutting somebody down for record keeping and a sign that's on. That's all I got.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hinkvis.
I don't know if this is a question for Ms. Attorney Cochard or Mayor or the chief of police, but do we have any other ordinances where we can just walk in and shut a business down? We do?
I don't know if
we're not what actually, if I could answer that, Alder Hinkvis, we're not actually walking in and shutting the business down. So this is a process by which they had a license, they submitted a renewal application. There's a non-renewal process by ordinance. We go through the hearing in which we send the notice out. They had a request for a hearing. Now we're having a hearing. So there are limited circumstances where we could shut a business down on the spot, but this isn't it. This has been a process that's been taking place over the course of about 3 months, and it's unfolding here in front of you now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alder Gobble.
I think we've been corrected on how we're supposed to be looking at this, and it always bothered me when we had ordinances that we were kind of nudged not to do anything about, and I'm like, if you're not going to enforce it, then get rid of it. Get rid of that law or that ordinance. Why put it on the books and have it sitting there causing trouble sometime down the road when someone decides to use it as a hammer? And we had a problem. We still have a problem, I think, in our city with illegal massage licenses, massage parlors. And part of this is that the public knows about it. It's been in the news enough, like Alder X said and Clerk Jeffrey said. A lot of education has been done in the last 2 years. The people that are applying for these licenses certainly know what's been going on in our community. They certainly know the scrutiny that they've been under since the ordinance has changed. They've certainly been talking, and they know that the police have been visiting and scrutinizing these businesses. The ledger is my main concern because that's your paper trail. And if you fudge with the paper trail, we don't know what's going on. And to me, that's at the very least sloppy work. At the worst, it could be an actual attempt to try and cover up what's going on in that business. But I that's why I second it to deny the renewal, and that's why I'm going to vote to deny the renewal. No one can say that they didn't know what was out there. Just like, if you're going to go out and drink too much and get in a car, you know what the potential damages are that you're going to incur. And so they go into this with their eyes wide open. They're able to hire attorneys to represent them here. If they really need to hire interpreters or attorneys to help them understand what the ordinances are, then they should do that to make sure that they don't violate our ordinances. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments on the motion? we have a motion to deny in a second? All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. So with that, that appeal is denied. On to item 5, quasi-judicial hearing for non-renewal of 2025-26 massage establishment license for Cherry Spa, 1639 Deckner Avenue.
It's the same attorney.
For-
Reference.
oh,
Sorry, I forgot I go second.
I apologize. I'll be handing out a packet to all the alders. It wasn't able to get in time for publishing. Okay, for 1639 Deckner Avenue, the Cherry Spa, we're recommending non-renewal for violating section, once again, 1095 sub G, sub 1, sub D as in David, that the establishment has advertised for massage therapy that involves sexual acts or contact with intimate parts. When we did our criminal background check on this, the owner, Gao, in Pennsylvania in 2016 was charged with disorderly conduct and prostitution business related in Pennsylvania. That was pled down to disorderly conduct. There were advertisements on USA Sex Guide, which is advertises as a free forum for the exchange of information between men looking for sex with women. The owner, Gao, was the subject of an investigation from Madison PD. We looked into that. No charges were ever filed, so that was not part of our decision-making process. Just in case anyone had questions when they saw that memo. In the packet I handed out to you is for the leisure spa, and I understand that the Cherry Spa is the one requesting the license or the renewal of their license. But when you Google search spa or leisure spa in Green Bay, it's the exact same address and the exact same phone number that's on the application packet that we received from the clerk's office. The other pages in there, and I'm sorry, Alder Stevens and Alder Prophet online, I handed out, once again, some posts from people that posted on the USASexguide.com where they were describing receiving sexual acts at the establishment, paying for them, the therapist asking, negotiating a price for the sexual acts. If you want, I can read them out. They're rather graphic, what they were asking for. But based on being able to link the phone number and address of Cherry Spa to Leisure Spa and all the information that we found on Leisure Spa, we believe it's the same establishment, the same people running it, the same people there. So with all that information, we are recommending non-renewal of their license.
All right, thanks. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for that. A lot of this was found, I know the city clerk had a timeline to get the packet together, and this was found after that.
And alders can ask questions of Lieutenant Mahoney after the next testimony as well. So we'll just move along.
Good evening. It's Attorney Brent Eisberner again. I represent Cherry Spa, not Leisure Spa. And having just received these tonight, one of the first things I went to is the date of the postings. Now, most of them are cut off on here, and I'm not sure if that's a print error or not, but November 6th of 2023, November 29th of 2023. And those are the only dates that I can find, and I apologize having just received this today or a moment ago as well. My client opened Cherry Spa a little over a year ago. She has no online advertising. Now, in the narrative report, which I don't know if it was included in yours, but when the police officer wrote his narrative report doing the search, it said, I Googled his number and these sites, or I Googled this number and these sites came up. Well, again, I have Google. I Googled the number. I didn't find anything. Maybe I don't know how to use my phone. That's fine. But these photos that we just received are years before my client even opened Cherry Spa. You're here today to deny the renewal of Cherry Spa. And the police department is bringing in these comments about a different spa that, or massage parlor, that have no tie to my client. Just like earlier with the online postings, there you had an individual who paid somebody to do online postings for her. Here, my client has done 0 online postings. She is the owner, she is the operator, she is the only person in that building that works there. So I don't know who Leisure Spa is or was, but I can tell you it is not Cherry Spa that is here today to seek renewal of their license. My other concern is with these being 2023, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but the first application, they would have went through the same background check. I believe that this item should have been identified then and could have been addressed then a year ago. It wasn't. And again, I'm caught a little off guard by these new documents that were handed. But again, I think it's irrelevant as it's for a different establishment. I don't even know if Leisure Spa ever existed or if somebody is posting online reviews of companies on chat boards that I can't find. Beyond that, my client about 10 years ago in Pennsylvania was convicted of disorderly conduct. That's what she was convicted of. I'm pretty confident, having done criminal defense work as well, that there are a lot of business owners with a disorderly conduct. Now, that doesn't make it right. But 10 years ago, if we have any faith in our justice and reform system, are we saying that if you're convicted at any time in your life, you're now branded as just undesirable? So again, 10 years ago, disorderly conduct. And then for some reason, it was brought up that there was an investigation in Madison that resulted in 0 charges, 0 findings. So she was not convicted of anything there. And I don't see how that's relevant to this decision you need to make here tonight. So again, I ask that I guess you can deny Leisure Spa if they ever apply. But for Cherry Spa, I don't see why that information is even being brought out today. Cherry Spa has, other than that disorderly conduct, has no criminal background. And that disorderly conduct happened quite some time ago. So therefore, I ask that you renew the massage license and let the sole proprietor make a living. Thank you.
I have a question. So your client was charged with a sex crime in Pennsylvania and was convicted of disorderly conduct. What did she admit to when she was convicted of the disorderly conduct?
So I did do an open records request trying to find all the documentation on it. My client had arrived in the United States and received a job. It was her first day working there. And apparently a sting happened and all the employees were arrested. All of them, I'm assuming, had the same charges, but again, I don't have that information. And she pled to disorderly conduct. And again, I think I can explain that and the reasons why. Imagine coming to a new country, all of your employees and you get arrested and there's a disorderly conduct charge. It's a relatively minor fine and you can get out. The other thing I'll say is, having represented some other individuals, a lot of times if you fight a ticket, the case will get dismissed and recharged, and they'll add charges trying to get down to that plea, whether they can prove them or not. And that's just an unfortunate aspect of our criminal justice system. So my assumption is that there was a business that was raided. Everybody was charged with the same thing. Again, I don't know that for a fact, but that's my assumption. And she took a plea deal. And again, it was her first day of employment in the United States. So that was 10 years ago. She's moved. She started a business. There's been no criminal history since. So sorry,
Yeah.
did that answer your question?
Well, not entirely, but I mean, it could be because I'm not an attorney. I'm just curious if, like, in the plea documents themselves, if she admitted to particular behavior.
Correct. So I don't have a copy of those, and my client vaguely even remembers. I mean, when I asked her what city it happened in, she couldn't describe it for me. So trying to find that down, and again, I don't know really the background of how she came to America. I don't think that's relevant here today, but it doesn't surprise me that she doesn't know. But disorderly conduct, at least in Wisconsin, is loud, unruly, abusive, violent, or otherwise disorderly. So if I were to swear super loud on the sidewalk, I could be charged with disorderly conduct. Generally, if there is some sort of sexual crime, I don't see that being pled down from a prosecution standpoint. I don't see pleading down a prostitution crime to disorderly conduct.
Thank you. Additional questions, Alder Eck?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. According to the driver's license that is in the application, it's a New York State license.
The driver's license?
Yes.
Okay.
So, does she have a current Wisconsin license with a current address that it says 1687 Deckner Avenue, but I just see a New York State license.
She says she has changed to a Wisconsin's license already.
Okay.
It's
not in the application.
Do the swearing in.
Okay, all right. 你要 pass， 就今天右手。
我发誓，我
Okay, they
Do you
go
swear
ahead.
that the information you're about to provide will be the truth?
那么你发誓说你所给的见证是对的，是吧？
对我发誓，我说的每一句话都是真实的。
Okay, she said yes. She said she will
Yes.
say everything in truth.
Okay. So do you have a current Wisconsin license, but when you filled out the application, you gave a New York license?
你现在有 Wisconsin 的 driver license？
Yeah， 我已经更新了 Wisconsin 的驾照了。
Yes, she has obtained Wisconsin's driver license already.
Okay, and then are you saying that let's see, Erling?
Yeah.
You're the only massage therapist that you have?
你是唯一的在那边工作的按摩师是吧？你
不是，我是每3个月我要去纽约体检，我已经中过风，就是要找工人来替我1个星期，每3个月。
每3个月一次。
对。
Okay. She said she suffered from stroke and she needs to go to New York to seek treatment, and every 3 months she'll get a substitute.
Okay, in the application there is no other massage therapist listed.
那么他是说，在这个表格申请来生的时候，没有写出另一个人。
他只是
给打工，但是没有写出来，虽然是打工没有写出来，他是这样讲。
哦，也他只是临时打一下 part time。
Oh, okay. She said she only works there as a part time.
Okay, well, the ordinance requires that all those that perform massage therapy must be licensed with the state of Wisconsin, and that it has to be posted in your business, and it has to match the people that are performing the massage at the time that they're performing it. So is that happening? Is there a license on the wall for each person? And it's supposed to be in our packet as well, the application.
Yep. If I may address, part of the reason I can't answer that question for you is because it was not the reason for denial that was listed. So I prepared for the reason for denial. If the council would like me to answer further questions, I can meet with my client and get all that information. But
She should be able to, I mean, I'm asking the client because she would know the answers to that, correct?
Correct. And I guess my only hesitancy bringing that up is it's not listed as a reason for denial in the packet. And so my concern is introducing things that might influence decisions for denial that weren't properly noticed to my client. So you can ask her, she can definitely answer them. But my concern with that is not a reason for the denial. The denial was a different reason.
It may not be the recommended denial, but it is part of the information that we have in front of us. So we do get to consider all information that's in front of us, and that application is on here. Based on that, and you're saying that she's had a stroke, so she's not been able to be the one to do this. So there's somebody that's doing it, and we don't have their application. We don't have their information. So I'm just reiterating that. But so if we were to go to your establishment, it says Cherry on the outside of the building.
如果他去你的店，你的店的名字是不是叫 Cherry？
对，不是。哦，好，我更新一下，我换一下。
Or Leisure.
我给人你的店的外面的照牌是什么？是不是叫 Cherry？
No， 以前那个老板，我没有更换，还是以前那个。
Okay, she said, it's still Cherry, but she hasn't changed the sign yet.
So the sign says Leisure.
现在的标志是说叫 Leisure 对吗？外面的
不是叫什么叫休闲吧？
休闲就是 Leisure，
嗯，
对啊，现在是 Leisure 啊。
对，他以前的我没有换。
Okay, yes, she said it's still Leisure, but she hasn't changed the sign yet.
Okay, so I know that your attorney was talking about he's defending Cherry massage or whatever spa, but it still says Leisure, so you can understand why the police would actually take that into consideration. We have other spas that have different application names and different names on their building, and it needs to be, it should match. And so I guess I'm just pointing out that would be why the police would recommend based on Leisure when they're finding information about Leisure. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
会想到为什么警察会推荐说
Others altogether.
So your client only applied for a license in 2024. Is that the first time she was licensed in the city of Green Bay? 2024.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you. I was explaining something to her.
She owns the business. Is that correct?
你现在是这个商业的老板对吗？
对。
Yes.
Okay. And how long has she operated that business in Green Bay?
你开这个店有多久了
1年零4个多月。
才4个多月。
1年4个多月。
Okay. A year and 4 months.
So she started in 2024.
就是2022。
不是2024年3月1号。
3月1号哈。
对。
Okay.
到现在1年。
Okay. March the 1st, 2024 until now.
And prior to that, did she work in Green Bay?
在这个日期之前，你有没有在 Green Bay 工作？
我一直在Green Bay工作。
Yes.
Okay. But she applied to the city of Green Bay for a license to operate her business March 1st, 2024.
你就是在3月1号，2024年的时候，你跟这个Green Bay 申请 license 对吗？行业制啊，
对，是
吗？
第一次，
那第一次。Yes, that was the first time.
All right. And then the police, was she present when the police came to investigate her business?
警察来你的店来调查这些，你当时有在场吗？
这样。
Yes.
就我自己在店里。
She was the only one at the store.
Have the police been there more than once?
警察有没有到你的店按摩店？是不是说一次还是有多次了？
我印象当中就一次。
In a recollection, she says one time only.
哦。
Did they?
去年那时候更新营业执照的时候那一次。今年一次。这2次。
Okay. Make corrections. this year one time and last year and another time, so 2 times altogether.
So once in 2025, once in 2024.
对吗？2025年一
Yeah.
次，2024年才一次是吧？
对。
Yes.
Did they notify you of any violations or things that they found wrong with your business?
警察到你的店的时候，有没有告诉你说你违反了什么条规吗？
没有，他第一次来就是叫我去申请营业执照。
Okay.
这是第一次。
第一次 Okay. First time, police visited her. Police asked her to apply for a massage license.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
第二次来检查，我没有任何违规的。
For the second time, the police visitation, there's no violations, no citation.
Okay, so the first time they told her she needed to get licensed by the state. The second time, they didn't indicate any kind of violations.
第一次警察到你的店，那么警察告诉你要拿到license 是吧？第二次的时候，警察没有给说你什么犯规的事情。
没有，什么都一切
第二次没有
都挺好。
Okay. That is correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, anything else? Thank you. All to go.
Lieutenant Mahoney, this is difficult. I'm trying to find this thing. I thought I read something about Madison Police Department.
Correct.
Okay. So did you contact the Madison Police Department?
We reached out to them, and no charges were ever brought. They were doing an investigation, and then we were advised that nothing ever came of it.
Okay. And so you gave us that information because?
It's one of the criteria we do. If you look at the packet or the letter, it's one of the criteria that we check. So I'm just providing any information I find to the council so you guys can make the recommendation.
So this falls under the
public safety concerns.
Okay, which number is that?
Number 7. We have a series of 7 guidelines that we use for all the massage establishment applications that we go through all 7.
Okay, and what does past mean on that one?
Pardon?
Past. When it says past next to the...
That means that we did not find any violations of laws or ordinances, or we did not find any unqualified. They passed that part of the background.
Okay, and so it's the page is split between 6 and 7. Is the past supposed to be with number 6 for prior revocation or suspensions? Or with
Correct.
Okay. So she didn't pass number 7.
Correct.
And is that alone enough for a denial?
No, it's not.
But it's
information for us-
cautionary.
Correct.
Okay. And so what we're denying here is this other information that you just gave us, the emails and that.
It's the information I'm providing you. It's our recommendation based on number 2 and the information about the plea deal in Pennsylvania, and also what was in the packet I gave you.
Okay, so she was charged with disorderly conduct and prostitution, and she ended up pleading to disorderly conduct.
Correct.
So in essence, the prostitution never happened?
She pled out. I wouldn't say in essence. I mean, plea deals happen all the time. Just because you plead to something doesn't mean that the original crime did not happen. The prosecutor offered a deal and they accepted the deal. I can't say for sure that it happened. I can't say for sure it did not.
Did we ask for a report, a copy of the report?
We were not able to get one.
So we asked and they said they won't give it to us?
We tried getting one. A lot of times we get copies of reports from other agencies. I have not been able to get one.
Okay. So she's being denied on the fact that she was arrested in a prostitution-related incident.
We are recommending the denial based on all the I guess the blogs or the advertisement, all the other information I provided you where people are talking about paying for sexual acts at her establishment.
can we associate her with this business prior to March 1st of 2024?
That I cannot do. No, I can't.
Okay, so any of these emails that are dated prior to that,
I guess, as Alder Eck pointed out, when we show up there and there's a sign still saying Leisure Spa on the place, that we assume that she is the owner of Leisure Spa.
I certainly you're assuming that she's associated. Can we tie her to that business prior to March 1st, 2024?
We did not have this ordinance prior to that, so there's no way of us knowing that.
Okay, again, I'm asking you, can we tie her to this business prior to March 1st of 2024?
And I do believe I answered you saying, no, we cannot do that.
Okay. Well, okay. We're supposed to do this based on the law. Anything prior to March 1st, 2024, I don't know why we have this information, other than showing that probably prostitution was taking place at this business there. But I don't know if we can necessarily say that this is her that was, and Chief, if you got some way of looking at this and I'm looking at this wrong, please help me out here.
So the business still has the same sign that it had,
Yep.
and by all outward appearances is operating as the same business since these social media posts or whatever indicating prostitution. That supports an inference that it has been the same business all along. And we certainly, I certainly respect our appellant's assertion here tonight of when she says that she started operating that business, but we've also been offered no proof of that. And so, I think our argument is that we have a business that is still doing business, at least outwardly, to all outward appearances, as this place that has apparently been involved in prostitution activity, going off of the things that people describe having done there. And then we have these other issues of, you do have an arrest for prostitution in Pennsylvania with a plea agreement. You and I have both probably experienced an awful lot of those in our careers, and we know that that does not support a conclusion, at least, that the prostitution didn't happen. There was at least an investigation into some pretty serious allegations. Human trafficking is a very serious person's felony in Madison. We don't know the outcome of that. But, our argument would be that between all of these things and then what we've heard today about we've rebranded this business, but we haven't changed the sign in a year and a half almost that this young lady has owned it, that this is functionally the same business, just trying to resurface under this new name, and that we can expect the same problems that we've appeared to have there at least since 2023.
All right, thank you.
Grant this license.
Thanks, you. Alder Eck.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the application license, the massage establishment license, the phone number listed is 920-246-8264. And if you cross-reference it with the attachments for the advertisements on the websites, that's the same phone number. So that is the current phone number that we were given on the application. Now, her personal is different, but if you look at the top of the massage establishment license, it's the same phone number that if you look through here, the packet that we were given, and it says, if you Google, and it gives that number, so whatever. It's that number on here in the packet. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Hutchison.
Yeah, so if you did a search for Leisure Spa, is that the other name? Okay. And they were still actively going and writing about it, would you have picked that up in your search? We have old, but if there was things happening last year in the spring, would you have picked that up in your search?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
If I could make one more point here, and this is based on the testimony that we heard tonight. I do believe that keeping the business name of Leisure Spa on the front of it, but presenting yourself to the city as a different business entity, as Cherry Spa, could be considered a statement made that could be false, fraudulent, or intentionally deceptive. Again, that's based on the testimony that we heard tonight from the applicant.
Thanks. Additional comments? Alderek?
Motion to deny.
Alderek makes a motion to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
I have just one quick question.
Yep. Just
'Cause I'm-
asking for a second quick. Is there a second on that? Seconded by Alder Johnson. On that, Alder Prophet?
Yeah, I'm looking at a list we had of all of the license holders when they were originally granted through committee in 2024. I don't have a business name associated with this address. Is someone able to provide when it was originally granted? I guess I'm just wondering why this information wasn't brought forward the first time around when this was granted. But I'm seeing there wasn't a business name associated at all from what I'm able to see. Is anyone able to pull? It was like July 30th council of 2024. Was there a name at that time? And was there any of this information in our agenda packet when we initially granted the license last year?
A few folks are looking for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments on Alderek's motion? All right, we'll just pause for a little bit. Oh, sorry.
Apologize. Yeah, just the reference to Cherry Spa was missing at the time, according to the application in here. But
Okay.
again, it's a renewal application based on the information in the application that we received during this renewal season. So although there could have been changes to it's very possible there was changes to the application from the last one to this year that would be appropriate. If there was, but it's reviewed under the application we have at this time.
Okay, so just verifying there was no business name with the original application in 2024, and now we have a business name. Did I hear that right? Sorry, the audio's not great online.
Yeah, they're just kind of confirming that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the license application was received before the business. I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize, Alder Hutchinson. I'm leading over because I don't have that same document. No, so in the application that I'm leaning over the deputy clerk's shoulder to read, I don't see a name at this time, but I think it indicates that the business wasn't operating yet when this application was done, because it would have been application, inspections, PD approval, then committee approval. So a different process for initial application to a renewal.
Thank you. That helps.
We have a motion and a second.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry. Just to add.
This is Clerk Jeffries. Go ahead.
Yes, it's Clerk Jeffries. Thank you. Just to add that we have found last year in 24 that some of the business names are not that clear in the applications. And so we changed them to make the business names clearer. And I don't have the information in front of me. I'm traveling. So, but I can certainly get an answer to council about what applications had the business names on them last year and which ones did not.
Okay. Thanks, Clerk.
That's what they would like to hear.
Any final comments? We've got a motion and a second. All the rest of the.
Just a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there a time limit on the charge? This one was from 2016. Is it any past history? Just clarification on the ordinance.
Question is how far back you look.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Mahoney.
There is no, I guess, set time limit. We do have on that packet any felony in the past 5 years. I do know from sitting on committee that normally protection and policy looks back 10 years. Anything over 10 years is normally talked about, but if it's 10 years or older, it's not as relevant.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, nay.
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 The nays appear to have it.
Could we use the board?
We can use the board.
Thank you.
Yes, we can use the board. Oh, okay. So this is a motion to deny. Alder Stevens?
Nothing came up, but I'm a yes.
Thank you. All right, so that failed 4-6. Entertain another motion from the majority.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Presley. Seconded by Alder Bruderbush. All in favor will say aye.
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 Go ahead.
So I guess what I'm a little frustrated because we have an ordinance. We've proven they've been still using Leisure. All of the information is based on the Leisure, and because it's a different name, we're gonna actually allow them to get their license based on that. Currently using licensed massage therapists because she isn't even able to do the massage therapy. There's just too many things, and so I guess I would ask everybody to please reconsider.
All right, thanks, Alder. This is on a motion to approve. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes again appear to have it. If anybody wants a roll call, got to request it.
Board vote.
Board vote has been requested.
Okay, what are we voting on?
It's approval.
It's a poor precedence we're setting.
No, nothing yet.
No, I think we just need to see it.
You can put save as none. You can switch. I think you should. Is it live? You can. Yeah, I did. It doesn't display then. Okay, well, it fails unless the mayor votes.
Yeah, you can put failed. Just put it up.
Sorry about that. Sorry. No, that's okay.
So that failed, which is curious. So whoever changed their vote might want to speak to that. Okay. Okay, so Alder Ritterbusch wants to be noted as a yes vote.
Yes.
All right, so that passes 6-4. We are now on to referral of petitions and communications. Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn made by Alder Ritterbusch. Seconded by Alder Hutchison. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned. Thanks everyone.